Alrighty then.
Here we are.
You got Felonius, Devonius, Michael, and then Jake.
Yo.
I don't think I've met Jake before.
No.
Oh,
we
really?
have not
Yeah.
met.
Oh, yeah. So this is Mike A. He wrote and directed Reveille.
Yep.
So
Excellent movie.
Yeah, and this is Jake. He and I. He's been on two deployments to Iraq, but like we were on the second one, sort of together. We were in the same unit. We got split up in Kuwait. So, but like we saw each other in Iraq several times.
Okay, cool.
Frequently. So, but yeah, so he was in the same unit.
And we live like 2.5 hours away from each other.
Yeah, I'm too much of a fucking hermit and a recluse to like just go, hey, let's have lunch. He's also fucking busy.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's always
I'm actually how far is Menominee from you? Like an hour?
An hour and 15, yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually closer to you now than I am when I'm at home.
Yeah, well, when you go to the other place that you go to, that's only like 45 minutes, but it's an annoying drive. That's the problem is you got to go on all the fucking windy county roads.
Yep.
But and you haven't been up there recently.
And there's nothing. I was up there last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, next time you're up, let me know, and I'll see if I can make it over there.
There's also nothing to fucking do up there.
Oh, well, it's because it's literally out in the middle of fucking nowhere in Wisconsin. So
it's fucking Clayton and Turtle Lake. Ooh.
Yeah, you should see the phone and internet service.
Well, he's in Menominee right now.
Yes, people go to Turtle Lake, Wisconsin to tour the phone interchange. Yes.
No, they go there to gamble.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Sinclair Casino is actually a fun time if you like gambling.
It's actually a pretty nice casino too.
It is. It's very small, but it's very nice, very well maintained.
My first girlfriend was from Turtle Lake, so. But I've never stepped foot in the casino.
Are you in an RV right now? What are you in?
I'm in my semi.
It's a semi truck, Mike.
He's working right now.
I don't know. I've never been in a semi cabin before, Devin.
Why not? They're cool.
I've never had. It's not that I don't want to. I never have had the chance to.
I'm
just go talk to one. See if they'll let you go inside. Give me a tour.
And
that's where he sleeps.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
And yes, that's a Red Arrow Afghan.
Right on. Right on. No, I've seen. I know guys. Sleep in those things. I've never seen the inside of one before.
Yep.
Yeah, Jake's he's not over the road anymore, but he's a local route driver. But he does regional driver, and so he works a shitload and gets a couple days off a week. But when he's working, he's working. But
yep, I work Tuesday through Saturday, and I spend maybe one night a week in the truck.
Okay.
Yeah,
and it's usually either here or up in Clayton. Very rarely do I actually spend a night anywhere else, because the customer that I'm picking up at tomorrow morning is less than a mile that way.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but you also have a time restriction. Like you ideally, usually when you're talking to me, you like to pick up at like 0304, so you're on your fucking way before traffic starts, but you can't pick up till 06 tomorrow.
Correct.
Yeah,
because there's nobody there. But there's nobody there before 6.
Yeah,
because Ellsworth Cheese and Creamery are run by a bunch of retards these days.
Yeah, I mean most corporations are, most businesses are.
Well, it's actually with Ellsworth. It's actually a fairly recent thing. Within the last 5 years, the original owners sold out.
Is that why the quality went kind of down?
Yeah, it went way down. They sold out. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because I was showing somebody. I was showing somebody Ellsworth cheese curds. Was it 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And we tried them, and they're like, "Oh, they're good." I'm like, "No, these are not. They're not good."
Yeah, that's why the whole company was bought by this big fucking like 20-something-year-old mega investor from the Twin Cities, and one of the first things that he told his entire staff was, the workforce of this company is not diverse enough.
Okay, say no more.
One of those kinds.
I get it. It's oh my god, that is.
Do you want to know who actually bought it? The guy that bought it works for the Coburn's family.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
That really fucking sucks because, dude, the Ellsworth Creamery, those every dairy product they put out was fucking exceptional.
Yeah.
Exceptional.
I've tried their. I've got a friend who lives over in Baldwin. Used to pick up when his grandpa's business was still open. It closed down just a few months ago, but he used to do wholesale of groceries and stuff, and they would pick up at Ellsworth. And he was telling me that, I've known him for 7 years now, so I got to sample Ellsworth cheese curds before the buyout, and I've tried them since the buyout, and they're just crap.
Oh my god, that's because those were always the go-to. Like when somebody would visit from, like when I lived in New Richmond, we would take a trip down to like Ellsworth because there was a really cool like gun store there, right? And we would go there, and then we'd go to the fucking creamery and pick up fresh fucking 3-hour-old cheese curds, right? And we would just sit there and chow down.
War Movie Review podcast needs to be kicked out.
Hey, Mike, who would have thought that the two Wisconsin people would talk about cheese?
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
You want us to leave you guys? Your romantic cheese.
We'll fucking get into it, Mike, you fucking Idahoan potato fuck, even though you can't get your potatoes.
Cheese.
You want to talk taters? I got taters coming up coming up to my eyeballs. I can talk all about taters.
Yeah, but you can't buy Idaho potatoes.
That's true.
Because they're all exported.
That's the ironic sadness that exists out here.
Yeah. So I know you know this, but and everybody here probably knows this. In the chat, really quick, did you know that Orida means Oregon, Idaho? It's like a fucking, it's a thing. So that brand, potatoes grow in Oregon as well, and they just
potatoes grow down by me.
What?
Potatoes grow down by me.
Well, Jake, potatoes grow everywhere.
They grow literally fucking everywhere. Literally.
Jesus Christ. What the? You're ruining the fucking educational experience,
You're ruining my explanation.
And Nate, Scuttlebutt War Movie Review Podcast, you're going to get banned. You're fucking done, Nate. Or Scuttlebutt War Movie Review Podcast. I don't know who that is. So, yeah.
I'm sure Nate's full of cheese curds.
No, Nate has never had a address. So so Jake, where do we get the cheese curds then now? Because Ellsworth Creamery was like the fucking
Nasonville. They're okay,
but they're not. I
don't
want okay with cheese curds.
Not since the Coburns took them over. Which, by the way, did you notice 5 years ago when the Coburns family bought them? They're in all of their gas stations and all of their stores now because Coburn's bought them.
Quick Trip carries Ellsworth too.
Mm-hmm.
So they kept the name.
They kept well, here's the thing. It just became a subsidiary of Coburn's because they own the Holiday.
Sure, but
a lot of the Holiday gas
the name,
stations.
But they didn't keep the quality.
No. They diversified the company. They expanded it. So they got it into a ton more markets, but they dropped the quality down. They added more preservatives. They added more shit so they could get it more places to make more money. And then, of course, Coburn's has to make a fucking 40% profit margin on everything. So
and they don't squeak anymore.
That's not good.
And they don't squeak anymore. Ellsworth cheese curds do not squeak when you bite them.
Okay, I'm now that I know that, I'm not gonna fucking talk about it because it's dead to me. It's fucking dead. That was the best. That was okay. Literally, okay. So you've got, I don't know what to compare it to. You've got the fucking creme de la creme, pun intended, of this one particular product in the fucking world. I would say. Now it's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. We're done talking about it. Fuck it.
In this part of the state, Nasonville is probably a pretty good alternative if you can get Nasonville.
Okay.
Mullins is another really good one, but Mullins is kind of hard to get on this side of the state.
That fucking sucks, and that explains a lot. But anyway, I'll stop talking about goddamn cheese curds because the fuckers that are watching this and who are on the stream who have never had an Ellsworth cheese curd before they sold out, you guys are missing out on a lot of shit. It was so fucking good. That explains, Michael. We did get them when we were on one of our many road trips.
I don't remember what they were from, but I do remember you getting cheese curds at a gas station at one point.
And I was like, these are okay.
Mm-hmm.
They were Ellsworth. And
you're
I was
popping them like they were Cheetos, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, fucking, they're okay, but god damn, that sucks. Anyway, so moving on, I guess. But
Friday night cheese curds.
dude, and then you fucking bread them and deep fry them. The pinnacle.
Beer battered.
Mm-hmm. The pinnacle of fucking cheese curds. Let me tell you something. I mean, the best. A lot of people have told me that's the best.
You gotta act more like you're pulling invisible straws out of your nose when you do that.
John B., we've already established that Ellsworth cheese curds are no longer the bomb. They are terrible. That's what the last 10 minutes of discussion has been about.
Mm-hmm. It's been making Wisconsin people hate cheese. That's what 10 minutes has been.
Yes.
Well, just no hate. I hate fucking big corps taking over fucking small family-owned, family-run businesses.
Yep.
That's what I hate.
Hey,
even the
Mike,
milk
I thought you loved capitalism, okay?
That's not capitalism. That's bullying and fucking. It's regulating yourself into a higher position based on the political connections that you have and forcing small businesses who can compete and are better. They have a better product to fucking sell to you because they cannot keep up with the fucking regulations and all the bullshit that's been fucking thrown on you because these bigger corporations have more money and they'll buy politicians.
Well, they actually weren't going to
capitalism.
sell. They didn't have any interest in selling, and then Coburn's gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. They literally just
because I guarantee dude, Devin, I guarantee you they were getting overregulated and fucked by at every corner that they had been doing things for. I don't know even how long that creamery was open. Can you look that up really quick, Devin?
It's been a long, long time.
But they've been open forever and they've been doing business a certain way. Okay. And I'm sure they got regulated out of fucking business because it's like, okay, it's easier to just fucking sell out than have to pay all this shit. And our profit margin went from like, I don't know, 20% to fucking 3%.
Yeah.
It's and then okay, yeah, we'll sell to this because we can't do it anymore because of all the fucking regulations. I guarantee you that's what it was. Because yeah, the curds do not fucking squeak anymore. That was something that I was really pissed off when I had Mike try them, like in person, and he's like, "Oh, they're good," but I'm like, "No, they don't squeak. What the fuck?"
Yep, cheese curds are supposed to be eaten at room temperature, and they're supposed to squeak.
And they're fucking delicious. But now,
I
guess
in
that's
1910, but they didn't start.
Holy shit!
But they didn't start making dairy products until 1966.
Still, that's fucking old.
Yeah.
What?
Yep. Even the milk haulers who haul milk into those plants, because they got two plants now. They've got the one in Ellsworth and they got one in Menominee where I'm going to be picking up.
Mm-hmm.
Even
and they're also currently in a massive lawsuit for potentially selling cheese contaminated with lots of wastewater.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Oh, that's again.
But
that's bullshit. That's a fucking big. Or are you talking about the corporation? Is getting sued?
No, Ellsworth themselves is getting sued for potentially contaminating a lot of their product line with wastewater.
What?
Yeah.
I'm calling bullshit on that.
That was
one.
as of September 28th. They're actually still currently trying to.
Oh my god, this pisses me off. So it's not just the cheese curds. It's not just about that. It's about small businesses getting fist fucked by the bigger corporations. Do not want competition at all.
Yeah,
that's the problem. And they can fucking drag these small businesses through the mud legally until they're bankrupt. And it's like, well, that's not capitalism.
Yeah, and it's a problem with the court system too. You want to win in the court system? How much money do you have?
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what it boils down to.
Who do you know? How much money do you have?
Yep. Can you afford, as a consumer? Can you afford to? Can you sue any company you want? Yeah, you can. But the lawyers from the other side are going to drag it out until you are bankrupt.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if you have enough money, you could put all the shit in the food we eat as much as you want.
There you go.
That's
Chester? Literally what this is. So
yeah, it's Chester.
Speaking of cheese, Chester. Yeah.
Yeah. Cheesy cat.
The Cheeto cat.
Yeah.
Simba. Woo.
Bite him.
Behold the Chester.
This is where he loves to be. He loves it when I hold him like this. He can sit here all fucking day.
Yep.
Yep. See him getting in position.
Chester, you should piss. That would be funny.
You just see Mike's shirt getting wet, like this puddle
Well,
forming on his
it's not
shoulder.
gonna be from piss; it'll be from drool. This fucking cat.
Oh yeah,
drools.
he does. I know that.
Yes,
Yep.
you know this.
Yeah,
you
I've been there. I'm just like, I love you so much. Oh my god, fucking disgusting.
I know he did that today.
Well,
When I took a
with the
nap.
Urban Tea camouflage, it'll just look like another piece of camouflage.
It'll look like another splotch on the camo.
On the
camouflage.
Oh god, yeah. He's gonna get really invasive here in a second, and my mic's on that side of my face, so I'm sorry if there's like.
Yeah, you're getting a little muffled.
Yeah,
a little there.
Yeah, it's the
little
fucking
brush
cat.
on the mic from the fur.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
It's a cat.
Yeah, this thing. Look at how he's like a monkey. Like
when cats demand attention, they demand attention. They don't care what you're doing.
no, this thing. He's been really, really demanding attention because my wife's like on a vacation, like going to see a friend in Georgia, and he's been like, oh god, the family stability's gone. I don't know what to do. Oh my god, I gotta get more fucking clingy. But
he needs to find people. Find
the real
attention.
answer is the cat's got to team up to murder the dog. That's how they make it better.
well, they almost did before we got Chester. That was a few years ago, but like, I literally found him. Well, he had shat in the living room, right? Oh God, he's full of drool. You gotta get down, buddy. You gotta get down. Oh God,
you little sicko.
Oh fuck, I'm just covered in it. Oh, you can't see. Yeah,
I'm glad I can't see it.
Oh man. Anyway, so Todd B in the chat says, "Can we talk about Larry Vickers pleading guilty to 2 felonies?"
Say
Hey,
what?
did you know that Larry Vickers pled guilty to 2 felonies?
Say what?
No, I didn't. I don't follow him. Like I respect what he's
Larry
done,
Vickers?
but he's annoying to me.
I mean, yeah. Well, we talked
Who
about
isn't?
it now. All right, next subject.
Hey, who is he, Jake?
No, who isn't annoying to Mike?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
A lot of people aren't actually. Like there's a lot of like YouTubers that I
Just all the ones we hear about.
I don't mind. So Steve 1989 MRE, I actually think he does a great job at what he does.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just real. He's not like overzealous. He's not like I'm a fucking
Nice.
Massive YouTube star. Fucking I'm gonna sell out and put a bunch of sponsorships on my videos and fucking just do the whole bro YouTuber thing. Go ahead, Mike.
So that's what I want to know. What is it about Larry Vickers that you find annoying?
So he was actually he was special ops. He's legit. Like his credentials were, he did his thing. He was in the military and did all that stuff. He got so overproduced, and again, it's like most YouTubers that I bitch about. It's like just YouTube was meant to like go against like TV. I think that's my opinion. It's not a fact, but it was made to go against like the mainstream TV of like. Yeah, you can have random people upload anything and anybody can see it. And when you get to a point in your YouTube channel where you're making a TV episode and you're like just doing this, you're being fake.
Yeah.
He became a sellout. He started out being educational and then he became a sellout like most of the gun tubers did.
Yeah.
Because once they started to lose support from YouTube, they had to sell out to keep their money coming in, to keep their lifestyle choices the way they were.
Raid, Shadow Legends.
Yeah. Then you start seeing them all forming this template and appealing to like the masses of, old boomers that love fucking, 70s and 80s action movies. And then next thing you know, you're at where he was. And none of the younger people that were there from the beginning to like learn and appreciate what he had to offer, it just became some stupid TV show basically, minus having the cable package.
Right. It's like when I'm watching YouTube, I want to see people. I want to see people. You can produce it a little bit. I don't give a shit. Like from Henry from 9 Horror Reviews, he produces his content. He edits it very well.
And his ad reads.
What?
I love Henry's ad reads.
Oh yeah, they're funny because Henry's a real dude.
Yeah.
He's not a sellout.
It's not just that, but the ad reads actually have something to do with the content of the video.
Well, that's another dynamic. Is like when you,
he's got good transitions into and out of his ad reads. He's got good. I love his transition into his plug for his Patreon.
Yeah, because I mean, he's a real person. He has a sense of humor. He's not a fucking robot, a fucking corporate robot. And also, all of his shit that he endorses and whatever is like on my channel, I will not endorse anything. I've been, dude, since I hit 100,000 a while back, like I have been bombarded. It's daily. I get fucking these emails.
Even as small as my channel is, I've been requested to do reviews and shit of stuff, and like, it has nothing to do with what I do on this channel.
Not relevant.
When I used to do YouTube, I'd get those too. But yeah,
because it's not if it's not relevant, and it's like, and there was Olight, right? I know it's a huge thing. They contacted me when I was at like, I don't know, 60,000 subs or some shit. They're like, hey, if we send you this, can you do a video or a review on it? I said, yeah, but it's going to be honest. And I like the product. Okay. I legitimately like the product. I still use it. And I made a video. It got very few views, but I still did that. And I believe in the product. And it's also relevant to my channel because it's like, I talk about guns a lot. I talk about, fucking helmets, whatever. It's military related. It's firearm related. That's my thing. Right. Now, fucking Raid Shadow Legends? No, not gonna do it. Not gonna fucking do it.
Fucking razors that shave your nutsack? Yeah, no.
Now, one of the best ad reads that I've ever seen on YouTube are the ones that have to do with the content of the video that they're being read in, and or they have to be a product that the creator would have purchased with their own money before being sponsored.
And I won't do anything that doesn't meet that criteria. Like, okay, so I was saying on Discord the other day, ButcherBox, right? I've been subscribed to ButcherBox for fucking since early 2018.
Yeah, a long time you've been a part. Yeah,
and I believe in the products. I eat their food pretty much every day. I eat something.
Holly and I've actually been considering getting a ButcherBox subscription.
Well, if we get the thing with the friend thing is, it's like, it's not an affiliate link. It's just like a, hey, share it out to your friends. You both get money off. If you're going to do that, let me know and we can both get money off our boxes. But
yeah, because we were looking at either ButcherBox or Good Ranchers.
Yeah, and so that's a product that it's not necessarily related to my channel, but I would endorse it because I also talk about survival situations, right? And like nutrition and like how to, get that stuff. Because you can take all this fucking meat you get from them and all these products you get from them and preserve them. Like the steaks and whatever, the chicken. So
throw them in a food saver vacuum bag and throw them in the freezer.
Well, they already come in a food saver.
They already come vacuum sealed, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it comes frozen. Like they got dry ice in there and everything. It's fucking awesome. But anyway, so all right, Mike, what books did you have there?
Oh, that I picked up right here. Yep. These are a number of Osprey books that
I love. Oh, I love those fuckers.
Same here, yeah. So fucking good. So for this current project that I'm doing on the side, I just went and got a bunch of these. I already had them, but I had them in storage, so I just took them out, and so I'm just flipping through a bunch of stuff. Currently, I'm translating 3 French books right now. I have them on the floor down here, but this one right here, we got German Army, Western Front, 43 to 45. Always good.
Oh, I have that one. Yeah,
you
fucking
got
awesome.
This one right here. Yeah,
I've had that since I was a kid. Yeah,
right,
fucking awesome. Fucking awesome.
And this one right here I picked up, which I thought was I just wanted it because hell yeah, which is Hermann Göring Division, and
that's an interesting.
Yeah, I mean some of their uniforms and stuff. It's just so crazy and weird, but and then this one is also great. U.S. Army, World War II, Northwestern Europe. So good stuff.
Yep,
good shit. I love that. I'm trying to compete with these artists in here. That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Trying to compete.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on that.
Fair, how many of those artists have a plastic apocalypse?
He cannot compete with the artistry of Osprey Publishing. I can almost guarantee that. So thanks, Jesse, the body Ventura or the mind Ventura at this point.
Mind Ventura. Yeah,
he's actually still fucking ripped. Have you seen him?
Like a guy in his 70s. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a dude that saw him at the airport and he's talking to him and shit, just randomly. It's in a video, and Jesse lifted up his shirt. And he's still got fucking abs. He's got an 8-pack.
Yeah.
This guy is still fucking ripped, and he's 6'3" or 6'4". He's a big dude, and good for him. But yeah, his mind is maybe it's a little bit of a schism there from reality, but He makes good
Was it
points, and
ever-
he makes absolutely fucking ridiculous points.
Was
Yeah.
it ever connected to reality?
Oh, what, dude? If you watch like the gubernatorial debates in '99 for Minnesota,
He was a fucking great politician.
dude, he destroyed the Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah,
Probably
it was
the
a
last good
massacre.
politician
Like
Minnesota had.
Well, yeah, I think so too, because so one of the things he did, like among the many, is like he gets into office and he goes, they go, we have a surplus of however many million or whatever it was dollars, and he goes, well, that's not our money.
Send it
And
back.
if it's a surplus, and so he gave everybody the money back, equally distributed among all the Minnesota residents and citizens. And he's like, that's not our money. The government uses the money that we need to do our job and everything like that, and then if we have a
Anything left
surplus,
over, it's supposed to go back.
yeah, it's not our money.
Yeah,
He's like, it's the citizens' money.
Non-profit.
Yeah, and one thing I actually did. Okay, so here's a debate that I'll just throw on the floor for all you guys. Is he was the one, because he got denied when he was a mayor of Brooklyn Park, which is the second largest. Yeah, it's the second largest like city outside of Minneapolis and St. Paul itself, but it's right. You know where Brooklyn Park
it's a suburb.
but it's the second largest like area in Minnesota, like populated and shit. And so he was mayor of Brooklyn Park and applied for a CCW, but your sheriff, your LEO, your local LEO has to approve you. He was denied as the mayor of Brooklyn Park, and so he got pissed off. And then when he became governor, because the sheriff's thing was you have security with you. He goes, I don't want to have security around me all the time. I don't need it.
Also, like, he's not going to have security with him all of the time.
Correct. And then so when he became governor, he was talking to the House and the Senate about like getting a bill passed for concealed carry that his kind of his criteria were fairly strict, but I do agree with it. And then here's where the debate lies. I think the Second Amendment is absolute, personally, and I think you should be able to carry a firearm anywhere, and you should also be a good citizen and know your fucking local, state, and federal laws about use of force with that. But that's a lot to ask from people, I guess.
Well, so Jesse was the guy who got it issued to from like might issue to shall issue.
To shall issue, but I took the Minnesota CCW class back in like 2018 or 17. It was a great class. Really informative of the laws and like showed you where to get all the laws. Really good. I think everybody should do that if you're going to be carrying a weapon. I don't think it should be required, but also because I don't like government. I don't think the government should mandate anything, but I do think it'd be a good idea socially to like go and like figure out the laws and everything. And also in Minnesota, you have to qualify. You have to actually physically go to a range and qualify with a weapon, a pistol, to show that you can hit your target. And that's one of the criteria Jesse had. Mm-hmm. And the debate is, should it just be an absolute fucking Second Amendment? You should be able to carry whatever. Yes, I think so. But if you're going to be carrying, you should have some responsibility. And then is that the job of the government to say, hey, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand.
The government should make it available to the taxpayers. They should have the courses, like, They should have the live fire courses. They should have the legal courses that people who carry need to have free of charge
from taxpayer funding. Yes,
from taxpayer funding, and better yet, you can even close some of the gap between the taxpayers and government personnel by having these courses being taught by your local National Guard.
Come on.
I would even be like, how about you have like your local law enforcement put it on, because then they're gonna be able to educate you on all of your local laws. They also all have accesses to a range. You know,
and National Guard, there's a lot of fucking retards. You know that. There's a lot of retards and like incompetent people.
But there's also a lot of good people, and you could have, you know,
I suppose the same with the law enforcement. Yeah. So
incentives within the National Guard for, hey, if you want to teach this course to the general public, you have to meet these requirements. You have to go through this training course in order to be certified to teach.
So Mike, have you ever, you guys have concealed carry in Idaho, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever done it?
No, I haven't gone and done that, but I'm going to.
What is the criteria?
Well,
You have to go through a class, or
you have to take a class that's like I think it's a day thing. It's like
Yeah,
you just do it for a day.
4 or 6
You have
hours
to
or something like that,
you have to you have to show that you can fire your gun. You know, you take it to a range. You show that you have to reload it and all that stuff. So that's it though. It's not too strict out here, obviously.
Well, yeah, it's good. Like, I mean, because Wisconsin's an open carry, which is fucking funny, right?
Mhm.
It's an open carry state. Like, you can literally, I can walk into Walmart. I can walk into Walmart with a fucking AR-15 on my chest, right?
Yeah,
And
you can do that here too.
Yep. So Idaho's an open carry state.
It is, yeah, but like if you're gonna conceal carry, you have to like
have
Right.
the license to conceal it,
I've-
but you can
I've-
open carry whatever you want.
right.
I've
It is.
actually looked into the statute in Wisconsin that allows for open carry, and it was written for hunting. The way the language of the statute is, it was written for hunting.
Right, exactly. So if you walk into Walmart with an AR-15, while legal, they can literally tell you to leave, and if you don't leave and make a scene, then they can get you for trespassing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because they don't want you there.
Yeah.
There are some people who love
But
to push those boundaries just to do it, you know.
But if you're concealed carrying, if you have the license and you're concealed carrying in Wisconsin, they can't even ask you if you have the license. They can't ask you if you're carrying, and they can't ask you if you have the license. They can post the property, but it's up to the person carrying to obey the sign.
That's like how it is in Minnesota. You can open carry a lot of places as long as there isn't a local ordinance against it. Because a lot of cities have a local ordinance against it. But if you conceal carry in a place, even if you have your license and you haven't like brandished your gun or anything like that, they can still ask you to leave. Like even if you were like in a place where you can legally carry, and
it's private property. Yeah,
they can still ask you to leave, and you have to obey, even if you are 100% legally concealed carrying and you have your license. They can still ask you to leave.
Really quick, let's before we get into some let's do some history shit in a bit because we got enough people here. Todd B, you're completely fucking wrong on that. Jesse was a complete douchebag for suing Chris Kyle's widow.
No, he was right. He won that
in the face.
Yeah.
No, he sued Chris Kyle. Chris Kyle died during the fucking proceedings. That all went to the estate. His widow lost absolutely nothing. They used that as propaganda to fucking smear him, and it was you're just so fucking. You're cool on a lot of shit, Todd, but my God, don't be a fucking typical boomer and like just regurgitate. Oh, that's what I heard. No,
but it also is like the people are like, that was a shit move on Jesse. He won.
Yeah, he won, and then he got overturned because of the court of public opinion because it was literally defamation. If you actually listen to the guy and you don't just like get emotional about it, and you're like I am right now, but like if you don't like sit there and go, oh, you sued his widow.
It was your classic case of like hero worship. They tried to use it against him. Yeah,
exactly, and that was the thing. And he did not sue his widow at all. Nothing came of that.
He sued the estate. He didn't sue his family or anything directly.
Well, yeah, he went to all the insurance in the estate after Chris died.
I'm not seeing this guy's comment in the chat here. Did it?
Todd B, it's up about 6 or 7.
All right. Good Lord. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I don't need to
it's fine. But like, you gotta get your fucking facts straight, dude. Like, God, I hate this fucking age of like anybody can just spew anything.
Yeah.
I want to go back and touch on some books that I've been slugging my way through. I've been doing it on an audiobook, but there's a trio of books. There's a trio of books that I've been listening to by John C. McManus, covering the U.S. Army in the Pacific War. The first one's called Fire and Fortitude. Second one is Island Infernos, and then the third is To the End of the Earth by John C. McManus. On audiobook, they're all over 15 hours long.
Damn.
So they're like a huge fucking thing. All right.
Fire and Fortitude covers 1941 to 1943. Island Inferno covers I think it's just 44, and then Fire and Fortitude covers 45. Yeah. But no, they're excellent books. John C. McManus was a guest on a podcast that I listened to quite frequently. called The Unauthorized History of the Pacific War podcast. And I highly recommend that one. But
I know this guy. Yeah, he wrote The Dead and Those About to Die about the 1st Infantry Division on Omaha Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this dude. Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, these 3 books that I'm listening to are just absolutely fantastic. He digs into a lot of detail on what the 32nd was doing in Papua New Guinea.
Oh, God.
It's just absolutely insane.
Not good. It's not good. Like what they went through, like that.
Yeah, especially
that whole campaign was fucked, and then
especially the 126 having to go over the Owen Stanley Mountains.
They froze. Half of them froze to death.
Yeah,
because they were in HBTs. They were in like jungle fucking uniforms, and they were like, "Oh, well, you can just fucking walk over there," because the 128th and the 127th were airlifted in there.
The Japanese walked over. Yeah, the Japanese were barely alive when they got to the south side of the Owen Stanleys.
Also, people don't realize the Japanese are hardly people during World War II. They're basically psychotic robots. Okay, like, for fuck's sake.
Of course, just like the SS, you know. But
mindless drones.
Yeah, those 3 books. I'll read the titles again because I can't remember off.
Really quick, Todd, stop being a fucking boomer. Don't be a fucking retard.
Fire and Fortitude, Island Infernos, and To the End of the Earth by John C. McManus. Excellent books. I definitely recommend picking them up.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
The world may never
how
know.
much teeth you use.
According to Mr. Owl, it's 3, but you know.
A 1, a 2, a 3.
A 3. 3.
You bit.
Dude, it's fucking Halloween, so I bought some candy just in case we get
the best excuse.
Well, yeah, it's like
the landmine sign doesn't deter the people. Yeah,
I don't know landmine sign. You fuck.
Do you want one? I have a couple of those cool like NATO landmine signs that are in like 15 different languages.
I should pull one.
Dude, I get a lot of deliveries from people that are like random and don't know who I am or whatever. I don't want them to like just leave shit out on the fucking road.
That's fine. It's Americans. They can't read. Look at this guy. He's talking about his audiobooks. He can't read.
I can't read while I'm driving 80,000 pounds down the highway.
Yeah.
Damn.
My eyes are a little bit busy at that point.
A likely story. Yeah.
Yeah. So, God damn, these are good. I fucking hate that they're this good.
I mean, it's one of those things where it has never changed since its conception, and it never has to.
But it's also like one of those things where you haven't had one in like 4 years, and then you buy one, and it's amazing.
The other day, I got one.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Say up enough and send it in for a prize.
Nice. That's awesome.
What was it?
They don't do that anymore, but sure.
There's the other end of the spectrum, Devin, is you get something that you haven't had for 4 years, and you realize it's just as bad, like candy corn.
Yep.
It's like, yep, it's been 4 years. It hasn't gotten any fucking better.
Candy
corn.
Oh.
The thing for me was like, I remember the like strawberry milk.
Oh, I hate candy corn.
That used to be like the thing, the like strawberry milk, and I bought some and made some. I was like, this is fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes.
Like you think it's gonna be good, like strawberry yogurt, but then it's like, nope.
Well, you get real strawberry yogurt. Don't get Yoplait. Yoplay's, dude, if you look at the ingredients list of Yoplait, I didn't realize this. I was gonna buy some a while back because it's like a childhood thing, and I'm like, I'm looking at the ingredients and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, for yogurt? What the fuck is all this shit in here for? It's like it should be just milk, fucking the
bacteria.
The what do they call it? Enzymes?
The cultures, yeah.
And then strawberries. That's what it should be if you have strawberry yogurt, right? No, it's like fucking this long. It's like half the fucking, or like 3/4 of the length of the fucking little
label, yeah.
Little
package. And buried in there is always high fructose corn syrup.
Remember Go-Gurt?
Yeah,
I was gonna say I thought Mike would be more of a Go-Gurt person. Yeah,
I remember a Go-Gurt. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know.
That probably taught many a chick and dude to suck a mean dick. I mean, if you want to be honest.
Yeah, you freeze it. It's like a popsicle.
Oh, yeah. It's like a popsicle. Sweet Jesus.
Not allowed.
Yeah, not good. But like also Go-Gurt was amazing. It's like if you brought your own lunch, you froze it. It was like almost thawed by the time you got it for got it for lunch. And it was kind of like a slushy yogurty thing, but it's like all sugar. It's all corn syrup.
Yeah.
It's like fuck. Oh wow, our teeth are all fucking rotten. We're addicted to sugar. Oh, just pick yourself up.
We're all obese and we all have type 2 diabetes by the time we're 22.
And we're all getting heinous kinds of cancer that hardly existed, 30 years ago because of all of the chemicals that they started putting in food in the late 80s and 90s.
I know.
And they've got the cure for it. They just want to profit off the fucking treatment.
Then you got the kids that are hitting puberty by the age of 9.
That's not true. There's like, what was it? Some 5-year-old got pregnant a couple years back.
What?
Yeah, it's a thing.
There's multiple things wrong with that.
No, that's like because they're putting all these hormones and things too. Like a lot of meat, they're adding like female hormones to them because they put on fat more and they produce more.
Mm-hmm.
And so like they're adding all these female hormones to like meat and dairy stuff that is causing women to age like prematurely, to develop
estrogen
prematurely.
Is a growth hormone.
Yeah, so like there's like girls that are getting reaching like stuff at like 5 or 6 years old now.
Yeah.
And then they run out of like eggs by the time they're like 30.
Here's the thing though, dude, like in order for her to get pregnant, someone had to, what? And it's like with a 5-year-old, like what the that's a whole other can of worms. That's
the closer you can, the deeper in. It's fucked up. Also,
but it's like
for those of you that don't like candy corn, check this shit out. No pumpkins there.
I don't like candy corn.
I read a few years ago something that made a lot of sense at the time, and I still believe it. All of the candy corn in existence was all made at the same time, like 30, 40 years ago. And all they do is at the end of Halloween, they go through everybody's garbage cans and dumpsters. They take out all the candy corn, they rinse it off, and they repackage it and sell it for next year.
It's still good. I love it.
I just imagine it like like those waste management places where all the garbage trucks like dump off and there's just like a big excavator picking it up and it's just dumping it into funnels of new bags and being resealed.
Does a dog?
Yep.
Hold on, I think I have to let him out. I think he's got the shits. Hold on.
Oh gosh.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, now that Mike's gone, I can actually say, Michael, your movie was fucking awesome, and I was glad to actually be a part of helping Mike with the audio editing.
Hey, yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate it, and thank you for helping that because that was a key thing that we wanted to get right. But thank you. I'm glad that you got it. You understood it. A lot of people have some people anyway on Amazon have said, "Dude, it's boring." It's like, well, it's not meant to be an exciting action movie.
No,
it's not an action movie. And
it's meant to make.
I had a lot of
think,
people at work watch it because there's a lot of nights where nothing's going on because for some reason people only decide to do crime on like certain days of the week. And I had a bunch of people at work watch it, and they were actually really impressed by it.
Oh, that's cool, dude.
Yeah, the attention to detail that you had in that movie was just phenomenal.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Thanks.
And it's like high praise to you and everybody who worked on the movie, actors and crew. It's just I can't say enough good about it. And
yeah, it's pretty high on your like repertoire. I'll put it right below Plastic Apocalypse.
Oh, thank you, Devin. Yeah, that means a lot.
But
a little bit better than that.
When Mike told me about it, and he sent me the teaser trailer, the one that he was actually in.
Yep.
I was like, oh fuck! I wish I could be part of this.
Hey,
you'll be to offer.
You can be there for the next one, dude. I mean, it's not going to be tomorrow, but we're planning on doing more shit.
Heck yeah, more stuff.
I've got nothing to offer though, because I looked at the performances of all the actors, and it's like I don't know anything about the crew side. It's like basically all I can do is be there to hold an umbrella for somebody.
If that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
I was gonna say I didn't know anything about making a movie, but it was just like go do this. I was like, all right. And you just run around and do shit.
Yeah, it was. You were just out like on a little vacation, basically.
I was on vacation. It was just like, okay, my character died. I'll help everybody else now. Just tell me what to do. Yeah,
it was fun.
It was just absolutely fantastic. I watched the screening copy that Mike sent me. The pre-final edit screening copy. I saw that. and then I purchased it as soon as it was available for purchase on Amazon, and I forced my wife to watch the final edit, and I also forced a couple of friends of mine to watch the final edit.
Nice.
A couple of months later, so I've watched it quite a few times.
Well, good. We need as many people to see it as possible.
And one thing I've said this to Mike, but one thing I hope you do is expand on Bullock the Pollock a little bit.
Sorry, say that again.
Expand on Bullock the Pollock.
Oh yeah. I mean, that is the one thing to where it's because like Bart is such a great actor and like the character is so interesting that he doesn't get enough screen time, unfortunately, just because of the story.
Coming from somebody who's seen it and somebody who I'm quarter Polish, but I consider myself Polish because I was raised in a very traditionally Polish household. I would absolutely love to see where his World War II story begins. I would absolutely love to see that.
Well, it's funny. When we were getting ready for the film and when we brought him on as an actor, he had called me numerous times and said, "Hey, let's talk about the character." And like Mike was also kind of part of that. And he did come up with an idea. And Mike even wrote some stuff for him for like, his background.
I wrote his entire backstory. Yeah.
His backstory, stuff like that. He says in the movie, I don't remember the exact line, even though I wrote it, but it was something like, I was at Kutna or something.
Yeah, they captured me at the Battle of Kutna.
At the Battle of Kutna, is what he says. And that was his addition to that. He told me that he wanted to put that in the script.
Yeah, because he did. After I sent him that story, he was like, he did a bunch of research too, and he kind of helped me with it. And then we kind of both adapted it. And then the end result of that, his backstory, was a collaboration of me and him. And he's like, because I was like, this is the unit you would have been thrown into, and this is where you would have been. But as far as in 39 when you were in the Polish army, so it was a really cool thing to work with Bart. Bart's a fucking great guy. I still keep in touch with him.
He's awesome,
pretty frequently, and he's a hell of a guy, really good actor, and I think he delivered very well.
Oh, he was great. And that's just I don't know if I told him that or not, but I should. It's like the only thing is just like, unfortunately, he's not in the movie enough. And then so I'm like,
well, because it was written as like a side character.
Well,
it was like, fuck.
To be fair, your casting choices for all of the actors were just phenomenal.
They're great. Yeah, they were all great. They
slammed it. They nailed it. And I did like the fact that we used for like the younger people. Usually for younger people, they're in their 30s, and it's like 30-year-old high school or whatever. Fuck it, who gives a shit? Like,
we use actual teenagers.
Teenagers. Yep.
Yeah, because I mean, Devin was on set for about half of it, and he met all these people, and it's like it was cool watching these younger actors with not a lot of experience, really. And it's just like, just be yourself in this role. And they did.
That
and
childish like demeanor, rather than trying to like tell people to be childish, you just get actual children.
Right.
Yeah.
When they're fucking around with the nudie pics,
Yeah.
It's fun. Like, it's just like, it's just literally teenagers, looking at porn.
That's what 18, 19-year-old soldiers do.
Well, it is funny. I don't think they'll care if I say this at all, but because I gave them that stack of photos, here's the prop you're going to use, and those throughout they were like, picking apart each photo.
Oh yeah, they're teenagers. Yeah.
Like I remember at the house, there was one photo. I still have it. I remember which one it was. But I'll have to ask Yoni what they gave it, like a specific name. They said that's the such and such photo or something like that. And it was like the one that they liked the most, I guess.
Is that the one they used in the
It's the one where it's like the four babes completely
on the
naked.
beach.
On the beach.
That's the one they used. Yeah, that's the one that Kevin. And then it was funny that so Kevin Sinek, who played Artur, he completely improvised that thing where he catches them, and he's like, "What the fuck do you have?"
And he takes.
And he's like going through, and he takes one. If you notice, like he takes one, and then he just gives him the stack back. But he's like,
that is such a sergeant thing to do too.
Oh, well, dude, that's the thing is like, so Kevin, he was in the Bundesheer, right? Because it's
In real life,
conscription,
yeah.
right? You have to serve because Kevin's from Austria. So he was actually in the military in Austria, and he's like, yeah, I just kind of like channeled the Wachmeister is what they call them, like the drill sergeants, the drill instructors. He's like, I just channeled that into like how I performed like around the kids and everything. Like, got to get these guys fucking moving, and you got to yell at them and whatever. And because in real life, it's so fucking funny because Kevin is like the most chill. He's very quiet, very soft spoken.
He's the friendliest guy you'll ever meet. Yeah.
He's like really just. I mean, you really have to kind of lean in and like hear him a lot of times because he talks very very
soft,
quietly, very nice. He's super nice. He's one of the most caring people you'd ever meet.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes and just like gets into this role, but it's still him. That's the thing, is it's still him. It's just if he was louder and whatever. That was really cool to see. But like, yeah, that fucking takes the one.
I didn't tell him to do that at all. I'm just like, that's brilliant, dude.
That's making it into the final cut.
Yep.
Yeah, and that scene, thank God, because there's a lot of scenes that we actually had that there was like technical things that we couldn't put it in the final cut.
Mm-hmm.
But that was one there. I'm like, oh, thank God we can fucking use this because
we got a good shot of that.
there was a decent amount of improvisation, but like most of the time the actors would just get into their thing and it was good. But like again, a lot of technical issues, but whatever.
There was talking about improvisation. The one part where and you'll remember this clearly was when Jake did his thing outside the cave.
Yeah,
and because it was written in the script as more as like he's like
a comedy.
Yeah, comedy, like he's sloppy drunk and everything like that. He came up to me and he's like, hey, Mike, I know you wrote this way in the script, but is it okay if I just do my own thing and you can tell me if you don't like it? I'm like, dude, go do whatever. Like, I trust you.
Do what you do best, guy.
Right, yeah. And he did that thing where he's like trying not to cry and everyone was just like moved.
I didn't expect it. And I'm just like, gee, oh, fuck. I'm like trying to stay quiet and shit. Now I actually lost it on that one because it was like, yeah, that was pretty cool, like to watch in person, because of like experiences that like.
It's a very emotional movie
because that's the thing is like I've been there, like I've been the guy that's like trying to put on a brave front and whatever, and like whatever, and then shit's happening, and you're just like, yeah, fuck it, whatever, thick skin. And then all of a sudden, like, you get some time alone and you're just like, I'm not okay.
You're alone. Yeah.
Or like you bottle it all up, but for some reason, the tiniest little thing.
Yep.
You lose it. You just flip a switch and you lose it. Yeah.
And Jake Powers did that. And again, I didn't know he had that conversation with, nobody knew he had the conversation with you. And
you just did it with me and no one else.
Yeah. And I was like, when he did that, I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, I can't. Because like
I was
Joe
blown away,
was, Joe even had a moment as well because it's the same thing.
He told me, I think it was that day I looked on Instagram and Joe had posted an image of Jake doing that, and he said like this guy, and he tagged him in, is out here killing it right now.
Yeah, he fucking like I saw because I was doing something else. I was getting wood or something for the fire. It was fucking cold, and then I came back up and I saw Joe over in the corner. He was crying, and I'm like, okay. And he had somebody with him, so I was like, yeah, I'll just let him do his thing, let him cry it out. But he's got somebody with him, and I was like, what the fuck? Comes back, and he just stands, and we just watch it. And then I think it was the second take, maybe it was the second take, I don't know. And I saw that, and I was just like,
same thing.
No. And I'm like, now I know why you were doing that. But then Kevin Siddick came over and like he was with me. It was a very emotional thing because it was so real. Like it's one thing to see it on film, but it's really different to see it in person happening.
To be there, it's something else. And all those scenes in that cave were like that, where it was just like, oh my god, this is insane.
To have a similar real life experience and then to see it again in something you're very involved in is hard.
I'm glad it came out is the best. We did the best job we possibly fucking could.
Yep.
And I'm glad it came out as something that people enjoy. That's the most of the feedback is people enjoy it. So
right.
I still haven't finished processing it.
Really?
Because it's weird. It's
I've seen it I've seen the whole thing 3 times now. I still haven't finished processing it, and I saw it before it was even available for sale.
Yeah.
And Mike specifically said, "Don't tell anybody that I'm showing this to you."
Yeah.
And I didn't tell a soul. I didn't.
Yeah, but you also did. Okay, so here's the thing too: is you
This
did
is how
help
it
me
got
with
brought
the
up.
sound.
Yeah, what you're about to say.
Yeah.
You did help me, me and Nate, because I was working on the sound with Nate in post, and we were trying to get the artillery impacts correct.
The shell,
like
the shell flyover and the
and
impact.
then like in the valley, like where they would be impacting and like the echo and everything. And I was like, I'm confident in it, but I'm not 100%. So I was like, hey, would you mind? Because Jake's heard indirect fire a decent amount as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
too much.
So, yeah, we worked on that for, I think it was only like a day. It was like an afternoon. We did that.
No,
Or it was two. No, it was 2 or 3 afternoons.
It was 2 afternoons, 2 evenings, and I think it was probably like 5 or 6 hours per evening.
Yeah, but it was a while. But we still
I wanted to help you out with that so much that I literally gave up sleep to.
No, and I knew that you told me that, and I was like, hey, you don't have to do this, but you're like, yeah, I want to, and I think like, you know, watching the finished part, I think we got the sounds about as close as you're gonna get.
About as flawless as you can get them.
Because they're every time I hear it, I just get that chill, like, oh fuck, you know, like wearing headphones and shit, like watching it. It's like, yeah, they sound really, and they're all different. They're not. It's not the same sound effect over and over again.
Yeah,
it's just they're different sound effects, and they're different distances, and they're different echoes, and yeah.
Well, the ones that go ahead, Jake. Go ahead, Jake.
The thing that I liked about the audio for the artillery most was it wasn't as if you had a World War I trench line battery right before a massive battle, where it's just continuous gun after gun after gun after gun after gun every couple of seconds. Like, well, in this kind of a situation, you might only have a couple of functioning guns, and they have to cover an area of 2 or 3 square miles.
Well, and what we did is the typical German battery was 3 guns, and they would fire 3 to 5 rounds depending on what the FTC or the artillery officer would demand. And so that's why we had the spotting shot first. You know, you get the big one, boom, and then you have boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
fucking right after that. And
that was what I liked the most about when I listened to it. You know, when you guys finally presented it to me, it's like there's some in there where it's like, you know, like that sort of thing.
And then after the shell flies over, it's silence for a couple of seconds while the shell's hitting, and then the sound is getting back to wherever the microphone is.
Yep. And then that's the thing is like, and also the frag flying around.
That was cool.
Yeah.
I like
because
that.
Yeah, it happens when you get any kind of ordnance nearby, and Jake's heard the sound, I've heard the sound. It's like when it goes off, it sounds like a fucking 1,000 bullets ricocheting in different directions and different frequencies, because shit's bouncing off of everything, and it's like.
Yeah, it's bouncing off everything, metal, hitting everything, concrete.
Sounds like an angry hornet's nest.
Yeah, it is. That's what it is. It's an angry fucking hornet's nest, and it's scary as shit. And so we tried to get that in a couple of them that were closer, and I think we nailed that very well. So
I think you did. Yeah. So yeah, Jake, you are a part of the movie, so thank you for being part of it.
No, you're very welcome. I was glad to help out.
Yeah,
very glad to help out. And
and that was cool.
Especially now, because now when I show it to people, I can say I helped with that.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and I was there's so much shit why you didn't get a credit, because at that time there was a schism in the
I remember with the producers.
Yeah, and I was like, if they found out that I showed this to you, they're gonna be pissed. And
I didn't even care. I didn't,
even though they were showing it to anyway. It was just one of those things. It was like, oh, we didn't know it at the time, but now we do. And but that is what I want to make the very. And at every point, I go, yeah, my buddy Jake helped me and Nate with the sound, because I mean, me and Nate. I mean, Nate put in post. He put so many fucking hours. He put literally a year and a half's worth of hours
I know, yeah.
In
I,
4.5 months.
Where he was like, I'm taking Adderall to not sleep to do this.
Yeah.
yeah.
Adderall and caffeine. That's what he was doing.
I was like, can I help with anything to take this workload off? He's like, just leave me alone.
Yep.
Leave me
And
alone,
that's where Nate works best. He's like, if I need you, I'll fucking contact you.
Yep.
You're
just
like,
roll
okay,
Red
you
Bulls
do your thing.
Just roll Red Bulls under my door like flashbangs every couple of hours.
That's literally he had a couch down in his little office in the basement where he has his computer and his editing setup, and he was sleeping on the couch for like 3 hours a night, and then he'd get up and fucking go again, pop an Adderall.
Great work.
Yeah, no, he's really work. He's so fucking just very meticulous and very perfectionist. Yeah,
yeah, he is.
And
you need to be.
And that's the thing is like we had a bunch of suggestions. We're like, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? And he's like, nope, not going to work. Okay, why not? Because of this, and this. And here's why this won't work. And we're like, okay, got it. Fuck.
Yeah.
But he could back everything up with why it's not going to work. But yeah, we did the best we could, and we were all a fucking team, and we got it done. So yeah, I'm happy with it. You know, it is what it is.
It's going worldwide.
November 3rd.
Yep.
So, yeah, November 3rd. It'll be worldwide. It'll be on YouTube and Tubi, and I think that's it. But like,
I've already purchased it once. I think I'm going to stick with that, if you don't mind.
What? You've already got it. Why the fuck would you buy it again?
Well,
that's the joke.
That's the joke, Mike. Settle down.
I'm fucking amped up because I'm back in that mode because it was a lot of work, but it was a lot of fucking fun.
Tell Sophie to get back from vacation so she can give you a shoulder massage because you need to settle down.
I need to settle down. The fucking day that somebody tells me that I need to settle down.
Speaking of settling
now
down,
you're starting to sound like Hendo.
Oh well, have you talked to him since we got out?
No, I haven't talked to him since we got back in 2010.
I wonder how the fuck he's doing.
I've only briefly even talked to Newt on Facebook a couple of times. Like I saw.
Oh, Newt.
Yeah, Newt.
I saw him at Walmart. It was funny last summer, and then we'll get on history. I promise you guys. We'll talk about Dragon Man.
Go down memory lane. Go ahead.
I fucking miss Newt. That
dude,
guy
I saw
so
Newt
up
awesome. At Walmart because he lives relatively near me, and I saw him one day, and we just sat out in front and talked for I don't know, fucking 2 hours. And Sophie's like, "Where the fuck are you?" And I'm like, "I ran into an old friend, like whatever." We're just talking about shit, and then a week later, to the like almost minute that we had run into each other before, we run into each other again inside the store. And so we talked for like 2 hours, just catching up. He's doing great. He's got a house. He's doing really well, and he's working.
Yep, and he just built a tree stand.
Yeah.
Or a deer stand.
Yeah.
I saw the pictures on Facebook, but I don't know what it was, but when I first transferred to Bravo Company in 2003. I originally enlisted in Charlie Company because I lived in Arcadia. So after I moved up to Birchwood, I transferred to Charlie Company, and I was originally in Rice Lake, and then they moved me to New Richmond. And I don't know why, but the whole fucking time I was there, Newt was the one person that I felt like I had to impress.
Yeah, because he's very quiet, and he's very it's very what the hell is the word I'm looking for? It's you feel uneasy because he's quiet, and it's like you don't know what he thinks. In that job, like that's the kind of thing.
But it wasn't until right before we left for 2009.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was right before we left for 2009 or if it was shortly after we left for 2009, because Newt was one of the team leaders in Penny's squad, because we had the super squads in 2009. So Newt was one of the team leaders. They finally promoted him from corporal up to sergeant.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, I don't know what changed, but something changed where Newt actually started genuinely respecting me as a soldier. And that was probably the greatest moment that I had in my entire time with Bravo Company.
Yeah, and Newt's a really good, he's a very smart person. He's a very fair person. That's the thing, is he's very fair.
Newt does not come off as smart as he is.
No, it's because he's quiet.
Yeah.
Unless you really know him.
And he also kind of has that redneck hick thing going on too.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that still applies. Yes.
Yeah, but you
But
see the redneck.
smart.
You see the redneck kick. You see the quietness. You see the way that he, he's just there observing. But the guy's a fucking genius.
Yeah, he's he was. I mean, his body got destroyed by the military, which is fucked. But like, that's the kind of people you want in the military. You really do.
But no, like I said, he was the only person in the entire fucking company that I really felt like I had to have his respect. And I fucking got it right before we went over in 09.
Yep. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of good leaders and there's a lot of shitty ones. We tend to focus on the shitty ones to bitch about them, but like there was a lot of really, really good soldiers / leaders in our unit. So
yeah. And then for reasons that I'm still processing 13, 14 years later, I didn't feel like Hendo had any respect for me until I got my Article 15.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah. Yep.
Because that was the only time after my article, that was the only time that he actually seemed to care about my mental status.
Yeah, because he's been there many times, and so it was a fucking.
Nobody else fucking cared.
No, of course not. Yeah, they're all in it for themselves. Like
especially fucking Penny, because that looked bad on his NCOER.
There you go. Yeah, but I mean that is what it is. Like we've talked about this, and I'll just refer to the fucking meme, the Merle Haggard thing, or the Merle. What the fuck was his last name? Merle. On Walking Dead, Merle, whatever, Merle. So fucking glad I'm out, just sitting there hitting a fucking booze bottle in a car surrounded by zombies, smiling. Love that meme. Merle. I don't know. I could Google it, but I'm lazy as fuck. Anyway, so who here knows who Dragon Man is?
Oh, Dragon
Man. Jake doesn't. Oh
God, doesn't, but he knows it's not good.
I bet he would recognize him if he saw him.
I can already tell by the connotation and the intonation that it's not something that I should know, and that I'm going to. And
you're literally better off for not having ever seen it.
Yeah, that's it's it's one of the most irritating things ever to
watch. So this guy owns a ton of shit, and I'm sure he inherited it. It's like some weird fucked up. I don't know the exact.
Is that the guy from the meme that was posted on Discord?
Yes.
I've seen his shit, but I didn't know that his name was Dragon Man.
Yeah, Jonesy's met him?
Oh, really? I didn't know.
He just said in the chat, Jonesy's met him?
Yeah, I've met him too. You haven't ever been out there?
No, Devin, I haven't done everything for fucking whatever. I haven't done every fucking job. I haven't done every experience in the world like you have.
Mike doesn't have infinite sums of Canadian money to travel all over the world.
I've got a heap of loonies and toonies, okay? That
all have the queen on them.
So Edmund says, I simp for his butterface
daughter. Oof.
Wow. That's not good.
Is she a one-bagger or a two-bagger?
What?
You don't know the difference between a one-bagger and a two-bagger?
Nope.
I know.
A one-bagger is one
gotcha.
Where you put a bag over her head.
Yeah.
The two-bagger is where you put a bag over her head and over your head in case her bag falls off.
No, I got it before you said it, but now that I have clarification, we're good. Jonesy, what the fuck are you doing right now? I need to hear this fucking story.
Yeah, how did you happen upon Dragon Man?
He went there and visited him.
Went to the museum and
it's actually like a series of museums. It's a lot of buildings.
Okay, so Devin, you have for real been there before?
Yeah, I've been to his museum. Like, paid the thing to like go see all his shit. He's got like a shit ton of buildings, just like on a property, and you just go into all of them, and they all have like a path that you just like walk through and look.
They're all themed differently, right? Like they got the
Well, there's like a Vietnam one, there's like a Korea one, there's multiple World War II ones.
Mhm.
Some of them got like multiple eras, but like different sections are different things.
Yeah.
And all the weapons are supposedly demilled, but they're probably not.
Well, he's very proud that all of his weapons in there are alive.
Even it's funny though,
That's what he says. Like you can't touch anything, but he says they're all live.
Okay, so Devin, since you actually have some hands-on experience here, tell us your thoughts and experience.
I think he's just an old boomer dude that has too much money.
Okay.
I mean, granted, a lot of the stuff, like, here's the thing. It's cool that a lot of the stuff he has, like, it's something like 60% of it has been donated.
Okay.
Like, people just give him this stuff like, hey, this is my grandfather's uniform from, like, 1960 in Vietnam. You want it? And he's like, sure. And sometimes, like, he'll have that stuff, and if it's something cool, he'll put it up in the museum, like, on a mannequin.
Right.
It's like he has so much stuff that's donated from different eras and like people's families. And one cool thing is like a lot of the stuff that he does have donated that he keeps like on display, he'll keep the like story with it too of like who it was, where it came from, how it came into his possession, you know, stuff like that. So he'll have the like story behind the stuff that was like donated by people that he has, which I think is really cool rather than just like displaying something.
Okay.
So
I haven't looked at his videos in a long time though. I do remember though when he had like a Normandy one, like a Normandy room or something.
Like on his YouTube channel, because he has a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He has videos that just do a virtual tour of all of his stuff.
Yeah, and I just remember his Normandy one, I was a little like, the funny thing is that anytime he would talk about like an item, he would go into like this item is this and this and this and this is what, and then when he started to talk about like historical context and historical, like,
he gets a lot of stuff wrong.
Yeah.
But
it was like he was stammering
the shit he
through
has
it.
is cool. Everything he says about it is usually wrong.
Yeah. That's the funny thing. And from what I don't know, I'm sure Mike could like pick apart different things that are stupid about it. But
Mike's on the phone though.
I know now it's we're all just gonna eventually leave, and he's just gonna be muted talking on the phone. But no, that was my man. I was like, he's like, these are all original M1 rifles, and with they're exactly how they would have been in World War II. And I'm just like, they all have repro bayonets on them, dude. Like,
I'm also like, that one says International Harvester on it.
Yeah, it's like that M1 carbine has a bayonet lug and an adjustable rear sight, dude. Like,
there's a lot of stuff that he gets wrong, but he has a lot of all of his stuff is like real.
Right.
But he gets a lot of the stuff wrong with it, and I wonder like how much of it is like age and the fact that he just has so much shit. You know, because I feel like he means well, but he messes up stuff because he's getting up there in years. He's been getting up there in years for a long time, and he just has so much shit that it would be so easy to confuse crap, you know?
I hate to judge a book by its cover, but when you're like, 80 years old and you walk around sleeveless with a bunch of cringy tattoos, it's kind of like, so it's
this is America. Mike, come on. This is America. All right.
I'm just kind of like, this guy's a little weird.
Well, as long as he's not trying to pass off a Sterling as a Sten, I guess it's okay.
Well, he's got a lot of like cool stuff that you don't even see like in museums because it's like toxic or poisonous. Like he has like cyanide teeth and like cyanide capsules that are like German marked and stuff like that. Like he has shit like that they don't even have in museums.
That's like, well, because I saw a video where he had the Holocaust room, and he pulled out like a can of a supposed can of Zyklon B, and I'm like, I don't know if I trust this. This is a little suspect.
Well, they have other cans like in the museums of the Zyklon B, and that's an actual can of Zyklon B. Like it matches up everything correctly.
Okay.
Like because he has a couple unsealed ones and he has a sealed one.
How has the FBI not attacked him yet?
That's a good question. That's the funny thing. I wonder about a lot of stuff.
That's the funny thing, because in that video, he's like, if I open this can right now, we're all dead. And it's like, is that legal? Are you allowed to have that? No, I don't know. Is cat making noise?
Yeah, they're over there fighting, so I'm going to have
to accordion cat.
commit animal abuse on the internet.
I actually have a series of cool photos that I
was able to get a couple, but I didn't get home till very recently, till the last couple hours.
How's the job going?
Pretty good. They sent me and a couple other people down to Indianapolis, Indiana to do a bunch of like training.
Sweet.
To bring back to our agency to like teach. And it was all right. It was a very not physically exhausting, but mentally exhausting training.
Well, what you do sounds mentally exhausting, dude. I could never do what you do.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I was just talking to Jonesy. He's.
Oh, did he tell a Dragon Man?
He's having fun tonight. So.
I was gonna say he says he's getting fucked up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh.
He's a cheap date. He had a rough week, and he's just like, yeah. So, no, he said the guy was fucking nuts. And I didn't listen to anything.
He's fucking crazy.
Get Jonesy on right now. Tell the
world I tried, but he's like, nah, man. Like
he's drinking. It's probably best not to.
Okay.
Yeah, he's having fun. He's having fun.
Another time.
But yeah, definitely. And also, I'm me and Knight, the guy that set up the thing for the fucking podcast and live streams. Jonesy's actually gonna buy a fucking laptop and get started.
Really?
That's what he says.
Get that man into the 21st century.
Yeah, because Jonesy, he's a fucking caveman when it comes to tech.
He is. He's a redneck, lives out in the hills, backwoods. Like
he lives in a beautiful fucking spot. He's got a fucking awesome life, and he's just like, yeah, man. So I'm thinking about getting a laptop, and I'm like, do it. Because he likes gaming, and I'm like, why the fuck would you not have something that you can game on? Or
because my PlayStation 2 works just fine. Like,
yeah, man, I just really, I talk on the phone, and I don't really do much, but I'm a caveman when it comes to technology, but I'm thinking about getting a laptop. So hey, if he gets a laptop, then he can fucking come on streams more often.
About time. But I met him. Yeah, I met him when we were doing Combat Camera. He was really cool.
He's fucking hilarious.
He is cool. He's a great guy.
So
Have
Mike,
you met him? Devin's never met him. Like in person.
No, I haven't met him in person, but I've talked to him a lot. Yeah,
dude, in person, he's fucking hilarious. And then when him and go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. You continue.
When him and James Gregory, the guy who wrote the other 16 and a bunch of other shit. When he and James were talking, fuck you, Jonesy. I love the PS too. Oh God. Yeah, I don't really know much about, anything real after the PS2. I played Medal of Honor Frontline one time, and then it inspired me to join the army. Yeah.
Not Underground, not PS1 era Medal of Honor.
No, we were talking about that on the pod the other night, but like Underground is fucking awesome. But anyway, so what the hell was I saying? Yeah, so we were in Ohio. Jonesy and James Gregory. James is from Oklahoma. So they both got the like deep South sister fucker accents, right? But they're different, right? And so when they started talking, they were bullshitting because they knew places and they like family, like whatever. Of course, deep South is like they always talk about their family and like how they can possibly be related. Weird, right? But like and so
different accent, same sister.
Right. That's kind of the thing. And so him and Jimmy were sitting there just bullshit, and their accents got worse as they were talking. They're squawking like hens. And Mike saw this.
I did.
Heard this.
I just was laughing
in the fucking laundry room, and they're just like, and then Jonesy's like, "Hey man, yeah, no, there's one thing. Yeah, this restaurant down there, this thing," and then fucking Jimmy's like, "Yeah, man, this done restaurant down here, yeah, it's the same one. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, where you got family around there? Yeah, I got family around." And it's just like, I just looked at him. I said, "You guys are fucking horrid." I'm like, you guys keep talking and getting even deeper into the sister fucker accent. They're just like, "Yeah, all right, man. We'll talk to you later."
That's a funny thing.
Fucking notice.
It's a funny thing too.
Family trees are braided.
No, they're one fucking branch.
Well, what was funny to me about it is that both those guys are like really smart dudes, too.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, they're not like dumb like country bumpkins.
Well, like it's like when I hear people from the South talk, because obviously I'm like from the Canadian equivalent of the South, which is the North, unfortunately. But it's you hear people from the South in the United States talk, and it's like, have you ever seen the thing of where like halfway through two people from the South having a conversation, it's like Homer slinking back into the bushes, and then he comes out with a pith helmet and a red tunic. Like, this isn't what this was intended to be.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's funny because like it is funny, like you said that, Mike, because both those guys are extremely intelligent, very smart people.
Yeah, when you talk to them in person, like, damn, these guys are super smart.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like they're fucking cool as shit, funny. Both of them are funny as fuck.
They are, yeah.
Like, I mean, James sitting out there telling us his like regular stories that he thinks are regular, and I'm like, I even think that's fucking hilarious because you're like way more unrailed or derailed than I am.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And then, Chris is sitting there just fucking spewing off a bunch of shit. It's just the way he says shit is fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because of his accent. It's just what he says is fucking hilarious. And the way he is, like, because we were, that night that we were getting the haircuts and doing the fucking interviews and shit.
Yep.
I was making tacos with Sean. And I said, hey, Jonesy, do you like to cook? He goes, I fucking hate cooking, man. I'm like, okay, straightforward, but also fucking hilarious. I fucking hate cooking. I'm like, can you do dishes? All right. And I'm like, please do these. And then he's like doing them and everything. And all of a sudden he goes down for his interview, and I don't know what the fuck actually he said.
I don't know. That was everyone was out of the room when we did those.
I know that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what anybody else said. And,
right. Yeah.
Apparently James had a good interview. They didn't tell me what he said, but they were just like, it was really fucking good. And, but apparently like, when they were out there, when we were actually out at the event, and it was fucking hotter than a rattlesnake's taint. It was fucking hot.
It was, yeah.
It was nasty. And it was like, just, oh God. Oh. But, they're interviewing all these like fucking, reenactors, and they're like, yeah, man, I got my SM wholesale boots and I got them dubbed this way. I got these laces on there and it's everything. And they go to Jonesy. Sawyer goes to Jonesy. And he's like, so what do you think about this whole thing? He goes, yeah, it's really hot. And it's like, that's exactly what a fucking legitimate infantryman would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hot. It's I'm carrying all this shit. It's hot, and
he doesn't give a crap where it came from.
Right. It's just like, it's hot. And I'm like, it's fucking awesome. So
that's
it was awesome.
My default response whenever somebody asks me, what was Iraq like?
It's hot. Yeah. That's what I say. I was like, it sucked and it was hot.
It was hot except for when it wasn't.
Dude, when we left, like in late
January,
we left in January, but like in that time, like leading up to there, like late December and early January in Iraq was actually fucking ideal.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
Dude, it was fucking 80 degrees during the day. It's like California weather.
Okay.
It was like 80 degrees during the day, like 30% humidity, so very dry, but not like so dry. And then it was like 60 at night.
Okay. That's pretty good.
It was fucking ideal.
That's like a springtime kind of thing.
Yeah. It was fucking awesome. And then we left. And then we get home, we landed, and it was like, what, fucking 2 below or 3 below?
Yeah.
And
we landed at fucking Camp Douglas.
Yeah, Camp Douglas. And
in January.
Mike, Camp Douglas is that rock formation.
Yep. I remember we drove past.
You remember that on 94? Yep. And so we landed there in like January, and there was, remember the tarmac?
And then we got onto school buses.
Well, yeah, the tarmac was so fucking slippery though, and people were like falling as they're walking in a line, and I'm just like, oh shit, I have my field jacket on because everybody else is wearing like their shit from Kuwait.
Yeah, the Gen 3 Equix.
No, they were wearing just their regular uniform.
Oh yeah.
They're like, it'll be fine, And then we get back there, and I'm like, I have my field jacket, and so I had it sitting next to me the whole time home.
Yep.
The flights, and then
you remember the puffy green layer that for the Equix Gen 3?
Oh God, yeah.
That's what I packed in my carry-on. So as soon as I stood up, I threw that on.
Right, but we landed and it was like fucking 2 below or some shit. It was January 11th ridiculous. We got home. Or January 10th, rather.
And then as soon as we walked down the stairs, we had to put our fucking weapons in that fucking white tote.
No, we turned our weapons in Kuwait.
Did we?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, nobody had weapons on that flight home.
Oh, that must have been first deployment then.
Yeah, Yeah, it must have been because we turned ours in at Kuwait at fucking what fucking base was that again? Virginia. Yeah, Virginia. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever. So, yeah, fucking Jonesy. It was great meeting him. Hopefully we can all meet someday. Like
I was saying, I want to do that again, but like not necessarily for
not
a project,
for work.
But just go just have a weekend or something.
Yeah, I was talking with Jonesy like I don't know, it was a week or two ago, and we were saying that like because he's like, yeah, man, I wish I could have stayed longer, but his wife was fucking 9 months pregnant and like about to pop, and it's like fuck, he has to get home, and so he had to go home, and then whatever, it was work, and it was what it was, but like it'd be fun to get everybody together, most people together that were there, and more to just go fucking rent a fucking lake house.
Yep.
Somewhere in the central part of the U.S. where it's kind of central, and just have a fucking fun weekend.
Yeah, just hang out. Yeah,
just hang out and like no business, just fucking hang out, eat food, cook food. Like I do like the system of like buying food and like people cook for everyone because then
that was cool.
You don't have to spend a lot of money going out to eat. You can do that for like 1 or 2 meals maybe, but like, dude, when you buy food and you cook it for everyone there, we spent a minimal amount to feed a lot of people for a lot of meals.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, very minimal.
Well, that's why I was like, get mac and cheese because that's so cheap and it fills you up.
Right. And that's why we did like, so Cooper and Sawyer were both like, because Brian was like dealing with a bunch of other shit and whatever. And I'm like, hey, can you just put me in charge of like food acquisition and like cooking? He goes, yeah, go for it. I was like, okay, cool. So we all went to the store and we got really cool stuff. And we're like, all right, we're going to have this meal planned out, this meal and that. We fed, what was it? I mean, it varied a little bit, but on average, like 13 people at any given time in that house. We fed them 3 meals a day for 4 days for about $400.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty fucking good.
Cheap.
It was.
Yeah,
good.
it's great. But we were just like, oh, what's a good batch meal? Tacos, eggs and sausage and tater tots and all that shit. Excellent. And then, we got toast and everything. You got bread. We got your mac and cheese, of course, because you wanted that. You requested, but that's also like fucking 80 cents per thing. So, but no, it's like we were able to do that. And that's if you're hanging out and you're not doing business, just do that. It's also fun too. Like cooking with Sean was really fun.
I remember that. Yeah,
because like Sean just jumped in. He goes, "All right, we got to make tacos. What do you need me to do?" And I said, "Go chop vegetables." And he goes, "Okay, got it." And he just fucking did it. And he was just fucking good at it.
Yeah.
And then we cooked together and we got the fucking tacos made in a half an hour. And
you and Cooper were mostly on it, it seemed. That's what I remember. Like you and Cooper were cooking a lot.
Oh, and Sawyer helped too. He was
Sawyer did too.
Yeah, and he was also acquiring ingredients. Because I think Sawyer was a line cook at one point.
Okay.
And but no, it was fucking awesome. It worked out great. It was fun as shit too. Like cooking with all these guys.
Yeah, see, that's what I would want to do again. And I know that they don't necessarily do the military shit, but like just bring Cooper and Sawyer back too because they're just awesome to hang.
Dudes.
Yeah, they're just
fuck yeah,
dudes.
Like Cooper and it's so fun to hang out with them. Like they're just such real dudes.
That's why that's why I became friends with Cooper back in film school.
Well, and here's the thing: is like him and his so Cooper and Sawyer are brothers. Cooper was the guy, for the guys that are listening, who actually filmed. Him and Noble, I won't say their last names or anything, but like, well, you can see it on the credits, I guess. But him and Noble were the Cooper was the director of photography, and Noble was the assistant DP, and they fucking filmed all of Reveille.
Yep.
And filming is not as easy as you would think.
It's fucking complicated.
Oh my god! And it's like Devin saw them.
It.
They're getting in these like weird, fucked up positions just to get the perfect fucking shot. Whatever.
Oh,
anyway,
trust me, I laid on the cold ground for like an hour to make sure shit wasn't
well,
fucked
yeah,
up. So.
that was you though. You died. You were a fucking idiot. But anyway, so it's just fun. Like because here's the thing: is they're born and raised in California, right? But they are not what you would think of as
you
like
would
California.
never guess they were from California.
No, not at all. And They're just totally fucking chill, real people. And that's why we work with them, because it's so easy to just, here's what we need, here's what's got to get done. And there's no fucking issues. And they're also funny as shit. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just like hang out with them again, would just be great.
And Cooper's stories about shooting my 600-pound life.
Oh yeah, because that's what he does.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
it's so fucking funny. Like when he goes on a rant about it, he's like, "Oh god, yes, there was this one time that
this just fucking lady who's sitting on a toilet, and I'm just having to film her, and it's just
yep." And then the one time I got food poisoning, this chick had a blowout, and I didn't have to film it. And I got really lucky that day, and god damn.
What he has to do to pay the bills.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, but he also has a lot of fun. Like, you know, and Sawyer was a pig in shit, like Cooper said.
Yep.
Sawyer was a pig in shit. Like, he was having a great, and he did a lot of good work, you know?
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I hadn't seen him since like 2016, I think. So yeah, it's been a while. And
yeah, Sawyer's a fucking awesome.
Yeah, he is. Oh, Mike froze.
If you want to call it that. Oh, okay. Yeah, Sawyer's very young, but he's also an old soul. Like, you can tell, he's like when he needs to be, he can be very mature. He's also a dipshit, which I've called him out on. But like, again, he's fucking, you know, in his mid-20s. So
right, absolutely. When I met him, he was like 18 or something. And,
yeah,
he was still like that. What happened, Devin? Where'd you have to go?
I had to pee.
Oh.
We've been going for 100 hour and 30 minutes, and I haven't, peed yet, and we haven't talked about any history. So,
okay, well, I have a couple. Okay, who wants to do photos first? You want to do photos?
Do you have photos?
I've got a couple, but
I have photos.
All right, get it up. Pull it up.
Devin, you want to go first?
Oh God, let's see here.
Jake, do you have any photos, or are you just along for the ride?
I had a couple, not many, because I only had to prepare for this by the time I got chores done that I've been neglecting for a week because I wasn't in the state.
It's okay.
So I only had enough time to get a couple.
If I was at my computer, I could share photos, but
right,
you're in your fucking trucker cab like a fucking redneck piece of shit you are.
What's your excuse?
Sir, excuse for what, sir?
Yeah, your excuse for being a redneck piece of shit who lives in the middle of fucking nowhere with way too many guns.
Too many guns?
Is there such thing?
There is. Actually,
no, there isn't.
I'm at that point.
Oh, okay.
There's so many. Like,
see?
Even if people came in here post-apocalypse, they'd be like, you're
gonna arm a whole army. Yeah.
No, they'll be like, we're gonna leave 99% of these fucking things here because it's too much weight.
We had a guest on Scuttlebutt not too long ago, and they were like, we see Mike's entire gun collection right there, and I'm like, dude, I've been in the guy's house. That's maybe 1/8 of what he has.
Yeah, it's probably one.
If I was at my desk, you could see almost all of my gun collection.
Do you have a lot?
On the wall behind me.
No, he's got very few.
Okay, you're like me. Yeah,
Mike has more guns in the column immediately behind me than I do in my entire collection.
Okay.
Yeah, and both Devin and Mike have been in my office where I'm sitting right now.
There is a lot. Yeah.
It's an excessive amount, and that's 20 years of doing this shit.
You got a problem.
See, I only got that plus a couple.
I've got 10 long guns hanging on my bedroom wall, and then I have handguns and stuff.
I have about as many as Devin has there, I think.
So. These are Russians.
They are.
However, I did have a very American thing happen to me when I was moving in 2019 after I bought my house. I found a gun that I didn't remember having.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Eureka.
All right. So these are
what
Russians.
Can you guys tell me about this?
Zoom in a little bit.
So it's a mixed unit of male and female.
Can you zoom in at all?
Oh wait. No, they're all female. Is this that fucking battalion, the fucking penal battalion kind of thing?
No. Not penal battalion.
The officer in the middle, in the rear, the officers are male.
Yes.
You got a mustache, yeah.
Devin.
And the guy on the right is also male.
Mm-hmm.
Devin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you please zoom in a little?
Zoom in.
Just double click it and then you can scroll. Yeah, there you go. And then with your scroll wheel, you can go in and out. Yeah, and then you can grab the image and and move it around.
Oh wait, it is mixed male and female. Shit.
All right. So what are you guys noticing about all this?
Mosin.
There is Mosin. It's a specific kind of Mosin.
Wow.
Okay. Are they dragoons?
I got a Russian
dragoons.
thing.
No, they're 91s.
No, they're not 91s.
Are they dragoons?
They are all dragoons.
That's about the extent of my knowledge.
Yeah, same here.
They're all
okay. So
all
this
dragoons?
is the very first ever Russian assault battalion in World War One.
Oh wow!
And the interesting about them is they were all entirely volunteer, and they are all entirely female. It was formed.
All of them are female?
Yep, it was formed in late 1916, and it's literally called the Women's Battalion of Death. And basically, my favorite thing about it was where this lady, this older lady who had tried to kill herself a bunch, and she was in a bunch of abusive marriages and stuff like that, asked the Tsar personally if she could form a battalion of just women. And the Tsar's like, go for it. And she's like, great. Now we can take the thing that all of Russia's been really missing out on, putting a bunch of females charged up on hormones and emotions onto the front lines and doing what they do best, which is be psychos.
That's true.
And it worked out. It ended up being throughout the last couple of years of World War I, a very well decorated, very, very incredibly well performing battalion, and would go on even during the Communist Revolution to serve the loyalists. They were all very anti-communist. That was actually a thing that she started when she formed this battalion. Yeah. They're all very anti-communist.
Very smart.
And
this photo must have been taken early on because the way some of them in the closer to the are holding the rifle seems very like they're not trained with it yet. I mean, that's just my own perception.
Well, no, that was.
This is a stage photo.
Well, obviously it is, but the way some of them are holding the photo kind of make it almost looks like I don't quite know how to use this yet. But that's my own,
that's how people held guns back then. If you look at
this
civilian
is how they
photos,
would march and walk.
No, I know how people held guns back then. I'm just talking about the body language.
Yeah, this is still how they march in parades with their rifles. This is.
I know how the I know that, but just I'm talking about just judging by body language and shit like that, not necessarily the way it's being held.
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're saying, and I'm trying to figure it out. It's like, actually, yeah. I mean, on the left,
they're holding.
That's what I mean. Like the girl on the left, she seems kind of like unsure the way she's holding it.
Also, her bolt's up, but that's fine.
That's interesting. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, they're holding the rifle the way women hold rifles.
Yeah, exactly. They lean back.
I guess, yeah.
Because the M91, even the Dragoon, which is only 2.5 inches shorter.
It's a 9130. If any of you have held a 9130, this is what the 9130 is based off of.
Yep, and it's still a heavy.
My 9130 is
a
actually
fucking heavy rifle. So, what? Yours is a what?
My 9130 is an X-Dragoon.
Yeah, so I got my first one that I ever bought. It's a 1925 X-Dragoon.
Yep.
So
mine is too.
They did it on purpose because the 91 was a little bit too big for a lot of women to handle. So,
dude, even for guys, it's like that's a long fucking.
It's a big long rifle. I mean, mine's sitting over there, and it's the only one without a bayonet on it, and it's still almost as long as the rest of them with bayonets. Like it's
exactly. Yep.
You put the bayonet on that thing, you got a fucking javelin.
Yeah, I got it right here, and it's. Yeah.
I actually got to take a Dremel after my bayonet to open up the hole, the muzzle hole.
But yeah, so fit. it's just interesting. This is the unit that because Russia has been a pretty integrated military for a long time, longer than pretty much anyone else. And this is the unit that really brought women into the limelight that they can fight on the front lines. just like everyone else.
And that
And
battalion
this
had
is back
better
in
sandwiches than
1916.
any other battalion in the Russian army.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they did really well. They outperformed. A lot of it was they were formed because after 1916, there was obviously huge mutinies in the Russian army where they said they would defend, but they would not be going over the top anymore to do wave attacks.
Mm.
And a lot of this was formed in response to that. This battalion was, well, it's like, well, if the men aren't going to do it, this lady's like, well, I'll get a bunch of women together and we'll make all these men look like a bunch of whiny bitches. And we'll go over the top of the trenches and absolutely fuck a shitload of people up. And they did. They really did. And it brought a lot of spirit back to the Russian army, actually.
Very cool.
It's fucking cool. Awesome.
And then I have some other ones dealing with this, and a lot of this is because I've been reading a book, actually, the autobiography of the lady who founded it.
Yep, I've actually heard in like passing about this battalion. I thought it was World War II though, but like yeah. So you want me to add the picture?
Yes.
Good to go. All right.
So this is her.
Okay.
She's the one who founded it.
And this is World War II.
This is World War I.
No, but like this picture is taken during World War II with Kodachrome.
Yes. So this is taken after World War I sometime. And you can see she has all these medals and stuff like that.
Mike, when did Kodachrome actually come out? And like
I think 19 teens or something like that. Let me look it up.
Like when was it like popularly used?
Right.
I guess because it was expensive. I know that it was expensive as fuck.
I think it was like.
But yeah, this is a post World War I picture, but it's before
1912. 1912.
So. Shit, so Kodachrome has existed. That's
been around for a long time. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the lady that founded that whole thing.
How can it be post World War I but pre-communist revolution?
So no, before communist takeover. Not
before.
So this is during revolution time, but like you don't.
So this is World War I then. It's 18. Because I know 21. Okay, so it's between 17 and 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is probably sometime around 19 or 20 when this picture was taken.
Mm-hmm. With Kodachrome, which is fucking awesome. Yeah. Somebody spent a lot of money for that fucking picture to be taken.
Yeah, that stuff was.
I miss real photography.
So, but yeah, you can see she has a lot of awards. She has officer rank.
Yeah.
Which was really, really strange at this time. So.
Yeah, very interesting though. Like, can you zoom in a little bit? Yeah.
Of course, he zooms in on her tits.
She's got average tits. Like, it's not a big deal.
They also didn't have any female uniforms at this time, so she's just wearing a male uniform that's actually a little bit too large for her.
Yep.
So you could see it. Yeah.
Yeah, she got the tits and then the hips, but like and also she got a little bit chunky after the war.
She did. She was a little bit thinner during the war, yeah.
Which is pretty understandable. I get it. But yeah, so she's got all these fucking I forgot what those medals are. The fucking can you zoom in on those again one more time?
I am so not an expert when it comes to Russian stuff.
She's got that red and white one is they're all pretty much valor and service medals.
Yeah.
But the red and white ones are pretty high honor. The black and orange ones are usually pretty standard medals. She's got like 2 St. George's crosses, which are pretty high up there as far as valor medals go. Things like that. So they're pretty much all valor medals. So
yeah, it's basically like a bunch of bronze stars, silver stars, and then like a fucking DSC, right?
Yeah. So she's done quite a lot of stuff.
St. George ribbons. Zachary apparently knows. Oh, really quick, I'm going to answer a super chat. Can I count all my guns? I haven't counted them recently, but last time I did, and I've sold some, was including my pistols and every kind of fucking gun that I have, around 275.
Nice.
So
enough to arm an infantry company.
Yeah, but also I don't have ammo for a couple of them. Oh, So this is, zoom in a little bit. Yeah, those are Russians too. They're M91 rifles.
They are Russians.
They're
This
fucking.
is still the same thing, but this picture was taken at a very late.
Oh, it's the
late.
female battalion. Yeah, because they
Yeah.
shaved their fucking heads. Yeah.
So okay, that's an interesting thing. Can I ask about that? I from what I understand, I've always seen like Russian soldiers, you know, like Red Army troops, they would like buzz their heads like that. So they would do that with the female soldiers too.
These ones are particular. These women are a part of still the female death battalion, the assault corps. But the reason they have no hair is these women were prisoners.
Oh, okay.
So
that's the one that I was talking about earlier that I thought that the other one was. So this was that. There's a movies made about a movie I think made about these chicks that they were like, yeah, criminal, like violent criminals, not just like fucking.
No, these are like women that like back in a day where women don't have rights, they would like murder their husbands.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
They were oftentimes chosen and given this opportunity for their exceptionally violent tendencies.
Yeah.
And exonerated of all their crimes for their service. So
if they survived, it's kind of like the Dirty Dozen, but in real life.
They did not have a very good survival rate.
No.
There's a lot of actually German and Austrian reports on the Russian women's death battalion, and they fucked a lot of shit up.
We should bring those back.
What's up, Jake?
If we end up going to war against Iran, we should bring those back.
That's what I said. I'm like, how come more countries aren't weaponizing, you know, emotions and hormones and getting these psychos out on the front? Come on now.
Yeah, just think of it. You can tell all the people that we have in prison for nonviolent drug offenses that if they go to war and survive, their records get expunged.
Well, they tried that in Vietnam.
It didn't work out so hot. It was kind of a 50-50
Well, no, they actually didn't do that in Vietnam. They said your pending charges, you can join the army or the military and probably go to Vietnam. And the charges go
away.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I have actually seen about this battalion. But I have not done any in-depth research. But I
there's a lot of interesting history on it, and it's a thing that's that's not talked about a lot, of using prisoners and especially using women, especially like in an assault force, a specialized assault.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, it's like, and that's yeah,
it's pretty dark.
Something like this has not been recreated or tried again.
Yeah.
From what I remember hearing, it was actually pretty effective though, as far as combat power.
They did. They were actually by the end of the war, one of the most decorated Russian battalions. So,
props to the Russians for actually having such forward-thinking military.
It was that one lady, that picture I showed you. She wrote a personal letter to the Tsar asking for it, and he said, "Okay, go for it." And she was put in charge of the whole thing. She's the commanding officer of the whole battalion. There would be male officers, obviously. And they brought male officers from other groups that were frontline commanders that had knowledge to train them and employ them correctly, and it worked out. So,
dude, so Mike just sent me something really cool, and I wanted to share it. And because we were talking about Kodachrome in general, right?
Yeah, as you were talking about that, I was listening, but I started looking into it myself.
Check this the fuck out.
Yeah. Are you going to share it? You want me to?
No, you share it. Yeah. I'll
Okay,
just add you.
second.
Yeah. We're fine.
Wow, that's amazing. Look at that.
Devin, stop being a fucking cunt.
He can't help it. He's Canadian.
Yeah.
I know. That's the thing, is he's a fucking Canuck cunt.
So this
he probably voted for Justin.
Hell no. I'm not that stupid.
There's also a reason he lives here now.
It's the main reason I live here now.
Yeah, but you picked Minnesota.
Yeah, and?
Well, it's the closest fucking thing to Canada that you're going to fucking find. So anyway, so this is a photo, a Kodachrome photo from 1912.
1912, yeah.
Oh my God.
Actual color, yeah. I mean,
that's awesome.
Right?
I fucking hate modern photography.
Isn't that amazing though?
Yeah. You can tell it's not colorized. It's original color.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so I didn't realize Kodachrome was that old, to be honest. Like I learned something tonight. Again, on every stream and every podcast, I always learn something and I fucking love it.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
awesome.
a Kodachrome photo from, do you know any background on this, or is it just like
Russian countryside is what it says.
huh?
Yeah. So that's where it was taken. Russian countryside, not colorized. It says Kodachrome photo 1912. Don't know who the guy is that's in the photo.
Well, of
Probably
course, yeah, I
doesn't
mean,
matter.
there's
But
some random dude.
He's dead. It's
Yeah.
fine.
yeah.
Safe bet. Yeah.
But no, yeah, it's considered one of the first of like legit, like not one, because before this they would colorize photos before this and they would do it
Yes.
with, like pigments and stuff like that. But this is an actual like captured color on actual film and captured
That's
really
so
well too.
fucking
Like
cool.
it's vibrant as hell.
Oh god,
Yeah.
it's so fucking cool, man.
Kodak
Look at all the little
Kodachrome
the houses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can see them.
Kodachrome is widely regarded as one of the best films ever created by mankind.
Mm-hmm.
As far as clarity, as far as color, just quality of color.
What it looks like, zoom out for a second, Mike. Like, just go to the whole thing. That literally looks like, to the human eye, it looks like you're right there.
Yeah, it just looks like it was taken today.
That's it's a long exposure though. You can tell by the water.
You can see the movement in the water. Well, yeah, They back then they would have to do that, but yeah, this guy probably sat still for a long time.
Yeah, maybe 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's
I don't know. Like, if we got some camera experts on here, they could tell us, because I know around the 19-teens is when the long exposure shit didn't necessarily have to happen.
He was probably sitting there only for a couple seconds, 10 at best, probably.
Okay, yeah, probably.
But
yeah,
again,
I'm not a photography expert, so I don't know.
You can tell by the way the rapids in the stream are, the way they look, that
the water looks a little fuzzy compared to everything else.
Yeah, it's because of the movement. Yeah,
it's a long exposure, so it wasn't.
Well, but it's only
like
probably a few seconds if you really think about it.
That's what they're talking about. Yeah.
But like, it's not like 30. I mean. It's not 20 or 30. It's probably just But anyway, that fucking color.
It's unmatchable. It's great.
That's 1912. That's 111 years ago.
And the sharpness of the image.
Yeah, that's the thing is, people think. Okay, so here's something that I did learn from people that know photography and all that shit, like Nate and Brian and other people. During World War I, they had the ability to capture pictures very sharply and clearly, whether they were black and white or Kodachrome, which now I know. But again, Kodachrome is fucking insanely expensive at that point.
Yep.
But like, are you taking a shit in your fucking cab? What are you doing?
My back is cramping up.
Okay. So, but like the sharpness, like, you can actually look at a picture from World War I and it's going to be as sharp as anything you'd capture on film today, except it's black and white. And I learned that. I was like, what? I thought it was more fuzzy. They're like, nope. Even video, even motion pictures.
Yep.
Very sharp. Very sharp.
That's the best thing, I honestly, because I've done a lot of photo analysis. It's like when you can get like an original negative, and if you're on your computer and someone can like do a TIFF copy of it, there's like almost no limit to the detail you can get into it. It's like the amount of detail that these cameras could capture is insane.
Zoom out about 2 fucking scrolls just really quick. Okay, you see all the flowers around him?
Yeah,
that's natural fucking I mean, it's crystal clear, just like a picture today on a fucking iPhone.
Yeah,
actually, it's clearer than that, if you ask me.
It really is, because it's like, it takes more time and effort and equipment and the process.
But this works better because you don't have like modern cameras where you have a layer of focus.
You don't have and the pixelization that comes with it. Yeah.
And on top of that, this is more what the eye would see.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's Kodachrome. That's like Mike actually kind of made me go back and revisit Kodachrome.
I turned them
Right.
on a little bit to it, yeah, with the wartime stuff.
And I was like,
oh, it made beautiful pictures, absolutely beautiful pictures.
yeah, and it's like that's what like. Here's the thing: is like 4K and everything. We got that today. It's still there's something about it that just doesn't look like you're looking at an environment.
Yep.
And I know that might be a controversial thing.
4K is too sharp. 4K is
it's
actually
too sharp. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like most of our eyes are not that sharp.
Well, yeah, 4K is higher resolution than the human eye can process.
Something that I've learned as an artist is that it's the imperfections that make it real. Yes. You know, when you can capture imperfections in nature and in just the world, that's what makes it real to the human eye. Because the world is full of imperfections, everything is. So if you try and make something that looks too perfect, like, CGI, for example, you have the uncanny valley, and it's like this, the human eye can always detect that. It's just because it does not it's too perfect. It does not have all of the meticulous idiosyncratic flaws that are just in nature.
Mm-hmm. And in your viewing of nature.
Yeah, exactly. Your viewing of nature.
It's both. Yeah.
Yeah. Even though you consciously don't even know it,
Right. Exactly. And that's the thing is
brain.
like, yep. And so that's the thing is like, when I look at photos, even if they're black and white, I don't give a shit. Mm-hmm. Or film or whatever, it's like, does it look like it looks in real life? That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't want anything above that. And I can appreciate things below that, but like whatever. It's if I was looking at this, so zoom out completely, Mike. Okay. So if I'm looking at this right now, and I'm the photographer, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at this shot, and I go, okay, cool. We are seeing the same fucking thing that photographer saw in 1912.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Literally capturing a moment in history. Yeah,
exactly. Mm-hmm. It's like that is fucking awesome to me. That's fucking amazing because it. Yeah, because the colors. This literally looks like I'm looking at this dude sitting there by a creek with rocks, and there's mountains in the background. There's houses and everything. But again, I'm not going to be able to make out the fucking houses from where I'm at. I can tell they're there. I can see, but like. The perspective too is very good.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great
and the
capture.
Fog above the mountains, of course. When you're actually sitting there, you see that. Most even like an iPhone will block out the fog and it'll just like make it crystal clear. And it's like, no. What I'm seeing right now is the fog above the fucking hills.
Yep. It's capturing the environment perfectly.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome, man. I love this. It's not military related, but it's photography related, which we're going to get into in a second. And that's just something that I wanted to like, for the people that are still watching, convey is like photography is you're literally capturing a split second in time.
Yep.
And if you can do it this well, like in 1912, Jesus fucking Christ, that's amazing.
I know, right?
But if you can do it this well, hey, that's what photography is all about,
I agree, and I get disappointed when I see quote artists this day and age taking photos of dog shit and stuff like that and saying that it's art or whatever.
But what if it's a really interesting piece of dog shit?
You want me to pull up some?
What if it's dog shit that has the face of Jesus in it?
Yeah.
Now I'm sure someone's done a face as Photoshopped Jesus's face in a piece of dog shit. Won't pull it up on here, but yeah.
Somebody quick Google Jesus dog shit.
It's the name of my
I'm gonna
movie.
Piss really quick, but yeah. So Mike, do you have more pictures?
I do. It's the war stuff though. It's history stuff.
No, I don't give a shit.
Good.
Like,
yeah.
I got plenty of dog shit pictures.
Oh, that's a.
I've actually been aware of a slight resurgence in film photography, the popularity of film photography that's happening.
Oh yeah,
like in the last few years, there's been a slight resurgence in it, and there's so few film developing companies these days.
I know. It's funny. My Cooper, the guy, the cinematographer who did my movie Reveille, he had asked
his majestic hair.
Say what?
Him and his majestic hair.
yes, exactly, and his beard and everything. He had asked me, like, do you want to shoot this movie on film, Reveille? Do you want to do it? Because he's like, I can do it. I can get the actual cameras and stuff. And it's just way too expensive. Obviously, we weren't going to do it, but someday I'd want to. He's shot on film before numerous times. He actually did acquire 1940s lenses to use in the movie, but that was the closest we could get. Yeah, but like I saw one thing that he shot on film. It was a thing he did out in the desert. He shot it on actual film, and it was like you just can't get better than that. I yearn for stuff like that, dude.
Exactly, and like he shot on 6K.
Yeah,
for Reveille.
Kodak still makes film. Like they still make.
It's just very expensive, and
yeah,
it's also like here's the thing: like
there's so few places to get it developed.
Well, and we found out doing combat camera in late July, early August, is if any part between you acquiring the film and you sending it off to get developed gets fucked up. It's all gone.
Yep.
It's all gone. Like, I mean, it's fucked.
If that door cracks open and exposes the film, it's ruined.
Well, the thing is, like, the guy that edited Reveille, Nathan, he was actually filming on an original fucking camera. I don't know the type, whatever. Fuck, don't question me on that. But like, because I'm not gonna be able to answer. But like, he filmed with actual film. Doing it, he had so many fucking problems with it.
Yep.
And then some of it, the magazines weren't completely sealed, and it got exposed.
Yep.
And it's like
completely ruined.
Fuck.
Yep. And that's expensive stuff.
That footage is gone.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, Jake, is like there's only a certain amount of places that will still develop that, and it's expensive. And if they say, yeah, it's fucked, they're still going to charge you for that. Because they have to go through the process and everything. But it's like it's not that great. And so shooting on film is a giant risk, but however, pause for dramatic effect. In my opinion, it is better as well.
It is, yeah. It's like it's worth it, if you can pull it off.
If you got the fucking resources and the money mainly to do that, you've got talent, which we know people like Cooper. Cooper is fucking amazing. Like, I trust him. It's like if Cooper's a DP on a project, fucking A. Easy. I know he's gonna fucking kill it.
Yep.
With anything, but it's like even with him being as good as he is, well, there's a risk of the film getting fucked up somehow between when it's out of his hands and in the developer's hands.
It's just natural. It can happen to anybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, unless you had a giant budget and you had like 2 or 3 fucking film cameras rolling.
Just for the duplication.
Right, that's what I mean. It's like,
Or what is it because there isn't that many people that know how to do it anymore? They just go, what the fuck is this? And they throw it away because they're like, it was ruined.
Well, it's funny. In film school, we did learn how to shoot on film. That was one of the things I remember because we took when in my
with the film school, you learn how to shoot on film.
Yeah, I know. It's strange, right?
But what a foreign concept.
I know. It's like going to art school and learning how to do art, but it's
people who go to art school just learn how to do underwater basket weaving.
I was going to say, but there's no wrong art. It's all open to the interpreter. But film school,
they go to art school to get an easy A. That's what they go to art school for.
Banana duct tape to a wall.
Yeah. But that's a whole other conversation. But when it came to the cinematography class, there was one thing where it's like, okay, we're going to actually, do actual film. And like, we had to load the magazines and we had to do all this stuff. And it is a pain if, once you get used to it, it's better, but it can be, it's just interesting that like before the digital age, that's how it was done,
and the thing is like when we were doing combat camera, like I had to run Nate back to the house because he had like a field setup that they would have had.
In the
but
bathroom.
not all the parts came, and it's like whatever. So it's like we don't want to risk that. And same with Sam, who was taking stills.
Yep.
Also, those turned out very well. I actually did get to see those. But so I had to run Nate back to the fucking house, and he was like unloading magazines, putting them in a tin in a fucking bathroom with a very bright but like subtle red light.
Yep,
nobody goes in there. Nobody
dark room,
fucking opens the door. And I'm sitting there guarding the fucking door base. Well, it was just me and him there, but like when there was other people around, I'm like, do not fucking touch that door handle. I will fucking murder you.
Because it will ruin everything.
Yep.
But I gotta piss now.
Use the bathroom
go
upstairs.
outside.
Yeah.
Yep, go outside. And
you know what a
like,
tree is for.
Well, yeah, but like we had for like 12 people, we had 2 bathrooms, and it was like. But anyway, so long story short, when Nate and I went back, I was getting a bunch of shit, like gear, like fucking rassled up, cleaning the fucking Airbnb so we wouldn't get destroyed in fees, and then also Nate was changing magazines, and I'm like, how long does it take you for each magazine? He goes 5 fucking minutes, but it's still for each magazine, it's 5 minutes of him being very meticulous, unloading
and
the old
like,
film.
Thank God he can do it in 5 minutes because he knows how. Like someone who is not trained or doesn't know how, it's going to take him longer. You know.
That's the thing is like he had trained himself so much beforehand, and he did his fucking best. He did his absolute fucking best, but it's still like so much work. And I was glad when it was just me and him at the house, like when I was going back and running him back so he could change the magazines out. And I was glad because I didn't have to fucking tell anybody no touchy on the door.
Right.
But he would do his thing, I did my thing, and then he's like, all right, I'm good to go. And he had loaded magazines, fresh film, and all that shit, and we would just fucking jump in the van, go back to the site, and he tried to get footage, and
it was fun.
it was a fucking process.
It was, yeah. It's a good learning experience. I got the photos pulled up, so if we want to get into this.
Yeah, let's go into it. Yep.
So not too long ago, I was sharing some stuff with Mike about all my Omaha Beach stuff, which if you know me, you know that's on my
Omaha Beach.
Yeah,
I've never heard you bring that up before.
That's the thing. I was about to say, that I was going to do that. However, Mike had just, when we were talking about Mike is just, because he had said something like, oh yeah, this is always an exaggeration. And he says, now Tarawa, on the other hand, that's a whole can of worms that no one ever thinks about.
That is a whole can of worms that people don't think about.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just like, exactly.
Unless the Marines, then they won't fucking shut up about half that shit.
Well, so I thought it'd be a little more interesting. Instead of doing what I usually do, I got a collection of Tarawa photos. So
excellent. Because I'm not too familiar with Tarawa besides like the base level.
Yeah,
I know what happened. I know what went down. Oh, a lot of slick helmets.
I know, right? Well, this is interesting because we were talking about the nudie pics and stuff like that, and then I was like, well, I got a perfect photo here. These guys looking over the pinup right here, so that's awesome.
While they're in the LCVP.
Yeah, and like this guy back here is just like, what the hell are you doing? But
he's
just like, trying to have a smoke, okay? Fuck.
looks like he's ripping a vape, but he's not. Yeah.
Almost looks like it,
but better. He's playing a kazoo.
A lot of bear helmets. So these guys might be like just regular Navy, not Marines.
Well, no, scroll down, zoom out a little bit, and scroll down. So they're wearing the fucking what we call desert side of the thing because they're going on the beach, right?
Of the
which
helmet
is
cover,
fucking retarded.
Yeah, I don't know, the airwood side rather than the jungle side.
Right. It's like, why the fuck? And also, that's a very early cover. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's a very early photo. You can tell by a lot of the shit going on in there.
I was going to say Tarawa was pretty early in the war too.
Well, no, it was mid-war.
I was going to say
it's 43, right?
Tarawa,
yeah, it's 40.
Tarawa was 42, late 42.
No, it wasn't.
No, that's Guadalcanal.
I was gonna say, I think it's 43.
Oh, yeah, it was early 43.
Yeah.
It was right after Guadalcanal.
But yeah, anyway, so these guys, they've got the quote-unquote invasion side out, which is just the fucking desert or the beach side out. Yeah.
The lighter side, yeah.
And then you got all these guys. They got fucking fixed bail helmets. Yep, fixed bails.
Interesting. These guys aren't like geared up over here or anything. This must be the boat crew.
Yeah, must be the crew. Yep.
Yeah, so that's what they're probably Navy, just regular Navy.
Yeah, because the guy that's hitting the vape is fucking. He's a Marine.
Yeah, he's got
pack
the pack on.
Yep.
Yeah. So
and he's
cool.
just like looking over, like, what the fuck? You know, like,
why are you taking my picture, asshole?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't even know. He didn't even know
looking
that
at this
picture
guy
was
right
being
here.
taken. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you guys are still looking at that photo, or that drawing. What
He's
is
like,
this?
what are you guys doing?
Yeah, what's this on the?
I have
front of this
no
guy's
idea.
helmet? Yeah, that's weird.
That's probably Navy.
I was gonna say that's Naval Beach Battalion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Navy had a shit ton of helmet markings to differentiate them.
Oh,
from
I know.
the Marines.
Yeah. Interesting. Moving on. So this is going to Tarawa. An entire landing craft is going down. Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing was a giant clusterfuck.
Yeah. And you just see this wall of trees ahead of you. It's just oof.
Yep.
So interesting stuff right here. I don't know what that is.
That's all ammo crates.
That's just all ammo?
Yep. That's all ammo. Yep.
Cool.
They still actually package it the same way.
Oh yeah. KS, yeah, right there. That's cool. Another K ration thing right there.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that a lot of people don't seem to realize is that, like, the highest elevation point on the Tarawa Atoll that they actually landed on was only like 15 feet above sea level, 20 feet above sea level. So there's nowhere to fucking hide.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it looks just like it's just nothing but the thinnest piece of land.
Well,
there's no hills or anything.
They also hit that fucking coral reef.
Yep.
And they didn't expect that, or somebody fucked up big time because they either didn't expect that, or they're like, "Oh, we can get through it," but it's like, no.
Yeah.
They forgot about the fact that there's 2 different high tides over the course of a month.
Yeah.
So they picked the wrong one because they didn't realize there was 2, and it really effed them.
I think
they picked the high tide that wasn't quite so high.
I think that's an LCM going down right there.
Well, yeah, they'd hit these rocky outcroppings and these coral reefs, and it would tear these boats apart.
Mm-hmm.
They literally shredded them, and then the guys would jump in and they would get shredded.
Well, that's the fun. And we talked about this a little bit not too long ago, but yeah, those boats, they're not like strong, like
they're plywood.
Yeah, they're plywood. Yeah, they're not like steel. Like most people think they're steel. Armored. They're not. Yeah.
And even the parts of them that are steel aren't armored steel. It's basically
It's the front door, and it's a thin plate of steel because you don't know what you're slamming it down on. That's
the ramp is pretty much the only thing that's completely steel.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck this. Yeah. Like, the emotion that's going through these guys. They're like, oh my God, this sucks.
Yep. Full camouflage, full frog skin suits though in a lot of these photos. I didn't know that they were wearing all complete.
Yeah, the utilities. Yeah, the 41 utilities.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was the 42s.
Yeah, but the only difference was the pattern.
I know, but like they're still 42s. But like, they're wearing 41 packs, which is accurate.
Mm-hmm.
2 canteens. Yeah, the Marines. Oh, that guy's got a flat top and a fucking aluminum. Nice, beautiful.
Oh, right there. Yeah, that's true. Boop, boop.
Dude, Tarawa was one of the most horrible fucking beach landings
battles that
has ever fucking happened.
The actual island that they landed on was Baishio Island. It was part of the Tarawa Atoll.
Mm-hmm.
It was called Bloody Baishio.
Mm-hmm. No, appropriate. What is this thing this guy has on his back here? You know what that is?
It's not
a flamethrower.
I know it's not a flamethrower. No, it's not a radio. It's too fucking stuff for that. But like, I actually don't know what that is.
So maybe just a personal case or something.
No, it's probably like a specialized
medic
case.
Pack?
That guy's got a Pick-Madix on his fucking pack as well.
Right there.
Awesome. Yep.
Yeah. It's probably something to carry.
Oh, he's carrying a fucking gas can? What the fuck?
Maybe it's a water can.
It's probably water, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep.
So that's a good one. Interesting. This guy also
it's still fucked up. It's like
I know
a lot of carbines you see.
Yeah, always see an abundance of carbines in the Pacific. That's where I see them the most.
Well, the guys
Lighter
like
and
them.
handier.
Besides like popular belief, I couldn't hit the chinks at fucking 300 fucking 500 yards to their winter jackets. It's like no, they liked them in the Pacific because they were lightweight and they were effective. They're a very effective fucking weapon. You've shot one.
And also,
Mike.
if you're shooting at a Japanese person 500 yards away in the jungle, you're got fucking X-ray vision. So.
Yeah,
exactly. There you go.
Bayshio Island was only like 800 yards long.
Oh, that guy in the front, you could just see the top of his helmet. He has a flamethrower. Right in between the two guys.
Yes,
right there. Yeah.
Yep.
That's the M1A1 variant. The not the
Yep.
the M2. That's the less common M1A1. That's interesting.
The guy's also got a Picmatics on his fucking pack, but yeah, it's.
But no, dude, I've shot the M1 carbine a number of times. It's like I could shoot this all day, and I feel like I could stop anything with it. Like it's awesome.
Oh yeah,
it's an oversized pistol.
I've put a lot of rounds through an M1 carbine. It was a post-war aftermarket repro, but I put a lot of rounds through an M1 carbine. They are just fun. They're a fucking tack driver.
They're really good. They're really good fucking carbines. Like they really are.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why they served like into goddamn Vietnam. So
yeah,
there's a reason why they're still serving in some third world countries in the world.
Yep.
So it's interesting, and all these photos too, and all of the beach, all of the trees, their coconut trees are just like toppled over and messed up. Yeah. From all
one of the biggest complaints that the Marines had after Bayshio was the naval bombardment didn't last anywhere near long enough. I think it was only like 5 or 8 hours long before the Marines hit the beach.
Really?
Yeah. So if you're looking at a map of Bayshio Island, it kind of looks like a bird laying on its back, facing to the north. And one of the things that the Marines figured out early on in the battle was the Japanese are not defending the western shore of the island at all, the westernmost beach, the beach that faces to the west. But they couldn't get communications back to the fleet to say, hey, send the reinforcements into this beach because there's nobody there.
Weird.
Because
the Japanese were pretty smart about figuring out where the Americans were going to land.
Well,
unlike the Germans, they were really good at that.
There was really only one way that they could approach Bayshio. And it was from the side that they came in on. But the biggest problem was that the reason why the Marines didn't have communications with the fleet was because of interference from the ionosphere, natural interference. They could see the ships, but they couldn't talk to them.
Interesting.
Darn, if only there was some guy that had signal flags.
Or a blinker light.
Yeah.
This photo is obviously one of the tragic ones.
Look at those guys having the best sleep of their lives.
Oh, shut up. But their trousers coming out of their leggings. It's a sign of them overworking their legs in the water, which you see that at Omaha too, in some of the bodies.
Yeah, because they're trying so hard to stay above, and they drown because they're kicking so hard. Their pants.
So their pants would come up out of their leggings like that. You see that in some bodies that wash up ashore.
I think they're just exhausted from having to run up and down that beach. It's pretty long.
Well, yeah, that too. Sherman half sunk over here. That's probably the crew right there. It looks like the guy's wearing a tanker helmet. Very interesting. And one carbine again.
You gotta love that.
Yep. It's a box. Another M1 carbine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a 30 cal right there. So this is a machine gun position.
Got his grenade all primed.
Yep.
M1.
Yep. The Garand. Most M1s I've seen in these photos, they're bayoneted like that.
Oh no, I was talking about the helmet.
Oh well, that too. What American thing? Let's see. Almost everything is M1. So yeah.
Yeah. That's why I bring it up all the time. I was like, if only it was easier to differentiate between the M1s.
Wait, why is there an Abrams in this picture?
fabric belt for the 30
Canvas
cal right
belt.
there.
Look at that, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Couple of spare mags, 3 spare carbine mags.
Oh, look at the canvas belt they got hanging in the tree in the background.
Oh yeah. I'm the gunner when they were probably done with it. He probably just threw it off to the side and ended up in there. That's what I'm guessing. Let's see. So here's an actual Kodachrome photo. I don't know who
Corpsman, because the white disc.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is. The white disc is Naval Corpsman, yeah.
Okay, this guy's vest right here. Jesus,
because they had to get rid of the big cross thing. They still had to differentiate the Navy medical people. So
interesting.
They went to the white disc, and normally it wouldn't be on the front of the helmet. They
the back of the guy in the bottom left.
I was just going to point that out.
Yeah, they
would
have it. They would move it to the back. Usually the first year they would have after they got rid of the big white spot with the red cross, they would switch the 2-inch white disc, but it was on the front, and they would eventually move it to the rear.
What in the fuck vest is that guy wearing?
I know, that's what I was saying. Look at this guy's vest.
No, that's not a medic vest that I've ever seen.
He might be a surgeon.
He might have had that custom made on board the ship.
Well, maybe, but I don't
know. I'll have to ask Sam.
He might have gone down to the flag or to the sail shop on the ship and had him custom make it.
Things like that did happen.
Yeah, but that's a pretty fucking serious vest.
Yeah, the pockets come all the way down to his legs. So
no, he's not very tall, so his legs don't go up very far.
Got the plasma right here. Water tank. More.
Then they've got the cage litter in the background too.
Oh, is that what this is right here?
That's what. Yep, that's a cage litter. Looks like there might be 2 of them stacked together there.
Interesting.
They would use those for getting casualties onto up the side of a ship.
Oh yeah,
because they didn't flex as much.
So this is this photo right here. I think this little building right here is in a previous photo. I think that might be the same one right there. I'm not sure though, but there's a whole bunch of little things like that. But I'm not an expert on identifying where a lot of these places are on Tarawa. I just pulled a bunch of photos, but
the Navy should have just sank it. That probably would have been better. They only had 16 feet to get there.
There was a lot.
Flood the whole thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's literally the whole thing's only like 16 feet above sea level. It's fucking a sandbar, literally.
Yeah, it's what it is. Yep.
This whole thing is messed up.
Yeah, and the whole battle area was only 500 yards wide and 800 or 900 yards long.
Yeah. And boy, did they fuck a lot of people having to wade in through that 4 feet of water. Just sitting ducks, just nothing.
Check out this guy holding the.
Oh, he's got the 1917.
Look at 1917 right there.
Yep, definitely does.
That guy's a tough dude. He's had a lot of shit, and he's carrying that gun.
That's a much better fucking machine gun. The 1917 kicks ass.
Yep.
You could shoot also that thing for fucking hours straight in the jungle.
But a lot more maintenance. You have to have water.
Oh, good. Good thing there's an ocean.
Yeah, but if you're in the jungle, how the fuck are you going to get to the ocean, penis?
He's 10 feet from it.
Salt water not good for gun.
I want to say, dude, I don't know if you want to put salt water in, milled steel and stuff like that. It's
hot fucking salt water. Yeah.
It'll just boil it off anyways, and then you're just gonna rinse it out later. So
what is
then?
This
then you
over
can
here?
chisel. Then you can chisel out the salt, and you can sell it to hippies and leftists.
You could use it to season your bland army food.
Yeah. You can scrape it off with your knife and then just sprinkle it over your rations.
Yeah, all the fucking blown over trees and shit.
Look at how just messed up the trees are.
It's just a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
But it's also the fact that so many of them are still standing because that was because palm trees are so spongy.
Yeah.
And they have to deal with all the winds and stuff from the tropical storms and whatnot, they're actually super resilient. So like equivalent artillery you would see in like Europe or like other parts of the world where it's like hardwood trees would be just like toothpicks. But the fact that a lot of these still have like leaves and stuff, it's always weird for people that have seen like both, like a lot of the World War I veterans that would then see these like palm trees in the Pacific that were not as fucked up as you could have imagined, from even compared to like the giant bombardments in World War One, because now shells got even bigger and better and all this other stuff, and these palm trees would still be standing somehow.
Yeah. Well, most of them are coconut trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being in that, surviving the artillery?
I was about to say, like, imagine being the Japanese in here.
No, but like, listen here, Mike. Like,
okay,
imagine crawling up, surviving all the machine gun fire, all the mortars, the artillery, and whatever. Something hits a fucking coconut tree, and you get domed, and you get killed by a fucking coconut on that beach.
It could happen. I'm sure it did.
I'm sure it did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, can you imagine that though? Like,
I know
how fucking.
That's it.
An artillery shell throws up a coconut on the ground, slings that fucker a speed of sound, it takes a guy's head off like it's a civil war.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's no different than fragmentation than any other kind of fragment at that point. So
yeah, sad. there were only 2,600 Japanese troops on the island.
Really?
Yeah, 2,600 Japanese troops on the island. There was still 2,200 construction laborers mixed between Korean and Japanese. The Japanese took 4,600, almost 4,700 killed casualties.
Yeah, wow. It was a tactical win for the United States in the end, but it was a very Pyrrhic victory type thing. So
very high cost.
LVT back here. I didn't even see that.
But there was only 1,000 U.S. Marines killed, and only 2,000 wounded.
So this is getting back into some of the grim stuff right here. These are Japanese guys that were flamethrowered. You can see they're all burnt up and shit like that.
Yeah, burnt crispies. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my own crispy critter.
Isn't that from Jarhead?
Yeah.
He's got the tabby boots. You can tell because he's got the rubber jungle boots.
That?
Yeah. Because you could tell by the toe slit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, I just thought that he was trying out for the foot.
It was a really big thing because like they would have the Japanese were kind of weird because their boots, because I like shoes a lot, mostly like leather stuff because I just like skin because I'm a serial killer. But
that explains a lot.
But they would make their shoes, their boots were made out of pig skin actually, with like the pig iron hobnails and stuff in the bottom. And in the tropical regions, it was the pigskin boots were very common in China, but in a lot of these tropical islands, they would have canvas and rubber coated boots. And that's why people always talk about like not being able to hear the Japanese, because they were basically wearing like socks with rubber over the bottom. And
same in Vietnam.
Super, super quiet in the jungles. And that's why they could sneak up on so many people and all this other shit, because it was just a better shoe as far as being able to dry, limiting foot casualties and stuff like that, of which there were a horrendous amount in the jungle.
Yeah.
Because they dried so quickly and it was so easy to, and they were cheap to make, incredibly cheap to make.
I wonder what these are right here.
I think they're part of the ventilation system for the bunker complex.
Okay. Yeah, because you can see the fortification right here.
Yeah.
So. Oh man.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah. Here's something a little more cheerful. Okay, are those yellow? Do you think those are yellow?
Yeah, they're yellow, definitely.
Yep. Okay, yeah, I thought so.
Zoom in on his pack. He's got his name stenciled on his pack.
On his what?
On
down here.
Newcomb.
Yep.
Newcomb Jr.
Junior, yep.
Very common for Marines to do that because their shit got stolen or acquired so often.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember what the name of the Medal of Honor winner on Batio was.
I'm not sure. I'm not too up on my MOH winners. I know the basic ones, but it's not something I've studied a lot of. There's the typical bandoliers on the
some M blocks, fucking
on the
ready access, 4 hand grenades. Yep,
pull them out.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, there's the aftermath. Some aftermath right there.
Mm-hmm.
You can still see bodies are floating around here.
Yo, God, yeah. Yep.
After the tide had come in.
The red tide, yeah.
There's bodies up here. I mean, oh God. Shit everywhere. A lot of this.
It was an absolute clusterfuck. It was a disaster.
The funny thing is too, with a lot of these Pacific Islands and stuff like that, a number of these vehicles, if they're lost, they're still out there. You can go see them sitting in the water. People do dives and stuff where they explore them.
Yeah, there's my buddy that was in Vietnam, but he was stationed in Japan for most of it. He said that he went to Okinawa, and there's still the fucking Type 99 and Type 11 machine guns that are sitting there, and their barrels are fucking bent down.
Yeah, like they
just fucking fired them.
Bent them. Yeah,
no, they're bent down from the firing. They melted.
Oh, they melted. Jesus.
Yeah, and they kept them there, the Japanese positions and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They kept them there because they're literally just fucking bent down.
Mm-hmm.
There's no use for them. It's just extra weight to carry around.
Right, they're crazy. Just like, it's fucked. So, and it probably didn't melt while they were using it. It probably started to, and they were like, "Oh, fuck this," on ass.
Yeah,
and then it just kept going.
They couldn't use it, or take it or whatever.
Well, no, it's they were firing it so fucking much.
I gotta look that up. That sounds crazy.
Okinawa is that's
the whole island's basically a museum, but people still live there.
Yeah, I know, and Okinawa was fucking awful too. But like Tarawa, as far as like an actual like amphibious landing, was one of the biggest fuck ups that the U.S. military did in the PTO.
Yeah, it was terrible. We took our special naval landing guys, the guys who only do naval landings, and they fucked it up. And we learned from that by taking the people that don't do naval landings and made them do the biggest naval landing in world history later.
But you have to remember that Tarawa was the first amphibious landing that the Marine Corps did under fire.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because the Guadalcanal landing was an administrative landing. There was no Japanese opposing the landing forces. This was the Marine Corps' baptism by fire in the Pacific Theater. Because this was the first time that they had ever done an amphibious assault of a defended beach.
Right.
So, of course, it was going to be an absolute clusterfuck. The fact that they didn't have the tides or the ionosphere weather in their favor didn't help matters.
Yeah, exactly. And it became...
didn't know what they didn't know.
It was the most, like, people say, oh, Normandy, it was fucking terrible, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there you go.
I just found it.
Normandy was not that bad in comparison.
Compared to Tarawa.
Yeah. Well, compared to a lot of the Pacific landings. Normandy, they were off the beach in 8 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my field of study. So, like, yeah, I have to tell people all the time, like, no, you have to realize, like, Omaha Beach was a battle that started badly, but it was a victory. You know, it was a success in the end. Started off rough, but, you know, it was a success for the Americans.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, I found the photo as we were talking about it.
Yeah,
but the reason why Tarawa has such what's the word, recognition in the public consciousness was it was the first battle where actual photographs of American dead and wounded were allowed to circulate among
and it was an absolute fucking bloodbath,
like what we just saw.
Yeah, it was the first time. It was the first time that documentation done by journalists in the field during the battle was allowed to be showed to the American population. It was it was the American people's baptism by fire as well as the Marine Corps.
Very interesting. But
like
so this is the gun.
Those pictures were on the cover of Time magazine.
Right.
So this gun, this is a looks like a Type 11. It was.
It's an 11, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, but like they literally it melted. They were firing it so fucking much.
Yep.
That it melted there, and they were like, "Fuck it, we gotta get out of here. It's not working anymore."
Right. Yeah, you can't fix it. You know.
No, you're done.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a quick barrel change. That was a huge flaw of a lot of these early like designed heavy and medium machine guns. Is like there was no barrel change, like a quick barrel change.
Well, yeah, this was based off of the French type of. The Japanese Type 11 was based off the French Hotchkiss.
14, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep, exactly. And
yeah,
it's like, but they were. I mean, the Japs on the on Okinawa were fighting for their lives too, and it's like they're going to be like, oh shit, and then they were trying to go, and then all of a sudden, okay, your barrel is literally bent.
Yeah, time to go.
You see that, and it's like, okay, time to go, but what the fuck?
Yeah, that's nuts.
And when you think of it from a weapons design, weapons development standpoint, these guns were made in the early days of automatic weapons.
Yep, the early 1900s. Yep,
in the early days of cartridge fired belt fed weapons. Again,
well, this was tray fed, but yeah, I get the concept. Yep.
Yeah, but just like with the Marines at Tarawa, they didn't know what they didn't know when they were designing these weapons.
Exactly,
so they didn't know that they needed quick change barrels.
Well, then that's the thing is like the Type 99, the medium machine gun or the light machine gun, if you will, that the Japanese used had a quick change barrel on it.
Well, yeah,
but it was probably developed later,
based off the Bren, yeah. And it's like, well, actually, the ZB-26 and ZB-28, yeah. But like, you know, they had that, but like their heavy machine guns, they never upgraded.
No, because that was
overbuilt them so much that you really didn't need to. It's kind of like the same thing as the 1917. It was just overbuilt so much.
Yeah.
That as long as you did your regular maintenance on it, which was basically fill the water.
Well, that's exactly it. And like air cooled machine guns, even the fucking M2, right? The Mod Deuce, you could change that barrel out in about. I mean, if you're in a static position like this, right? So you're in a fucking defensive static position. You can change that fucking barrel out in about a minute.
I was going to say about a minute.
Yep. And about a minute, you can do it. You got the right equipment. You got the asbestos gloves and all that other shit. You can do it in about a minute. This thing, no.
That's why the barrel had all those fins on it going halfway up, is because it was just adding more mass. It was more metal to heat up, but it also aided in cooling because it gave it more.
Yeah, it dissipated the heat a lot more. Yeah.
Well, also, I mean, like, no one. It's a static position too. I mean, you can't pick this thing up and take it with you.
No, right? it's once it's this thing's done.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see it's done.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's been there ever since.
You fired it until either the position was overrun or the gun broke or you ran out of ammo. Whatever happened first.
Yep.
So what was the last one we were looking at? This is the last one I think we looked at. Very interesting. And then here's some more grim things. Just people piled up all over the place. So medics doing their thing here. See, and then this.
Hey, I don't like that last picture. Somebody tell that guy on the stretcher to put his cover on.
You're always.
Also, they're not medics; they're fucking corpsmen.
Corpsmen, sorry. Yes, corpsmen.
I'm just fucking with you. But like,
Devin's always one for levity. But there's a BAR back there.
Is it? Zoom in.
It's a BAR.
Is it?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yep, it's laying on its side.
Yep,
laying on its left side.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so the last photo is not Tarawa. That's all I have for Tarawa, but it's
Wait, are they using an M1 Garand without a trigger guard or anything as a plasma holder?
They took the trigger guard out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the fucking mag is out.
It took it completely
the follower and everything's out. Yeah.
And then they got the.
That's kind of cool. You don't see that? They got the little trapdoor
holder.
That's a fucking corpsman who knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, they flipped that out to hang the plasma up there.
Yeah, less shit for the fucking plasma to get caught on the tubes and everything. Yeah.
They cut off the sling too. The sling's gone.
Well, and at that point, it doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
That's like we value an M1 today. It's like, no, this is now
what's holding the receiver in the stock.
What?
What's holding the receiver in the stock?
Just not pulling it apart.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure if you grab that thing and pulled it apart, you could. But just they threw that. They probably put the rifle in like that and then pulled the trigger and threw it out.
Well, it's the barrel bands are holding it together, but that's about it.
No. Literally, Devin, at this point, like you literally just it'll come
You could
apart.
just pull it apart.
The receiver basically just sits in the slot in the stock.
Yeah, and so
it's held in by the trigger.
This right here could just like fall over like that.
Yeah, but it's like go up forward. They got the right angle. Swing swivel is that doesn't go around the handguard in the barrel.
What?
The swing swivel, that's not holding it in place.
No,
that goes around the forward handguard.
No.
Yeah, but
I'll after the stream, Devin, which we're gonna wrap up soon. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, but I obviously can't do it on here. But like
because YouTube's retarded.
Yeah.
Yep, it does that.
But no, that's a very field expedient way, and like that's what a corpsman does. A good corpsman is like, I want to fucking preserve life. Yeah. That's it. I don't give a fuck about anything else except that. So
you'll get a rifle, you'll get another rifle,
Yeah, and it's like at this point it doesn't fucking matter. Like if somebody had to use an M4 or
fine.
Yeah. He's got a sweet ass boot knife.
Oh yeah. Right there.
Holy shit. Zoom in.
That's
what is
bayonet.
that?
That's a bayonet.
No, it's not. Look at the handle. It's
short.
Curved.
I don't know what it is, but he's got the holster.
Well, he's got some kind of. Dude, he might have gotten that in Australia. I'm not shitting you. Like a lot of these guys, a lot of these Marines.
That does kind of look like it was one of the like cut down World War I bayonets. The Austrians, like the old SMLE bayonets, they cut down into fighting knives.
Well, it could also be just a knife, a utility knife for him. Like he's not gonna be using it for combat, of course, but like it. What the fuck is that? That's a good question.
Yeah, because the sheath has a button, right here that's holding it in place.
Is that a button?
I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm pretty sure that's a piece of leather with the.
That's a huge button,
retention strap.
That's a huge button for a fucking.
Yeah, it could be.
That might be a metal tab on the end of a nylon strap because I know my.
They didn't have nylon straps at that point. It'd be canvas if it was anything. It's canvas or leather.
Yeah, canvas.
Interesting.
So sue me for semantics.
But it's still. Yeah, I will. But no, it's still a big fucking button.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It looks like a privately made knife and like privately made scabbard, which is very common with Marines and corpsmen and soldiers in the South Pacific from Australia.
Good catch on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see if anyone else has anything. So the last photo is Balikpapan, and I chose this one for Devin because there's a number of what I think are Australian troops in it that are wearing like Commonwealth shit and all that stuff. So I mean, this is an Enfield, right?
Yep, it's a number 1 Mark III, and it's cool that he has that pretty much solidifies their Australians because he has the cover, the muzzle cover on the Smelly. Yeah,
that's an Australian thing.
Well, it was something the British would adopt in like 44 and 45 in like Burma and stuff like that when they would kind of push in from India.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was a pretty common Australian thing because they obviously had some territories in the Pacific and stuff that were very heavily jungled that they would administer, which was it would become very like Papua New Guinea and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. That's
so really quick, Mike, go back to that picture with the knife.
Okay.
It's a Zachary Burgard says it's a Cam 1 Navy fighting knife. So let me go Google that really quick.
Okay.
I don't think it's a Mark 1 Navy fighting knife because I Googled it when he said it, and it's got some kind of shape and differences in the sheath.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not that. Yeah, it's definitely not that.
Okay, so it's still a mystery.
Yeah, it's
probably something similar in size to that, but it's probably not.
Again, it's an Australian. In my opinion, it's a fucking Australian custom-made knife.
Probably just some weird fucking buck knife he bought somewhere.
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. Back to the picture.
Cool. Bulldozer. Don't know what else to say that is, but
those are definitely Aussies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. You could tell because the uniforms, that tropical uniforms. That one guy's got the slouch hat.
Yeah, the hat right there. Yeah.
That's two of them. Yep, both of them.
Oh yeah, this guy right here. Yeah.
Yep.
That's definitely Aussies, yeah. And you would have seen a lot more Aussies, of course, because they were closer, A, and B, the Brits were like
Well, they
to deal
handled
with their
the
shit
western part of the Pacific theater. They're in Burma and Malaya and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Mike. What?
No worries.
So it's funny, like what I know a few Australian people, and like when they talk about World War II, like they don't even think about the European stuff. They like to them World War II is the Pacific. Like that's what
right, because it was like again, like I was saying is like the Brits got part of India and Burma and all that shit. They had that secured. The Aussies were literally fighting for like, oh, we're about to be invaded.
Mm-hmm.
And then the U.S., the 32nd Division, and a couple other units, but the 32nd was one of the first.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know what that knife might be.
Oh boy.
Okay, better confirm it before you fucking say anything, or I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I'm looking at a picture of it right now.
Okay.
But
anyway,
like I said,
so
I think.
really quick, Jake, I'm just gonna like get this out, and then we can talk about the fucking knife. So when the Americans landed there, they were like, "Oh, thank you," and then they went up to New Guinea, which is literally, if you know geography, Papua New Guinea, is right above Australia.
It's directly north of Australia. Yeah.
It's 100 miles, if that.
It's pretty close, yeah.
It's very close, and the Japanese had fucking taken that, and they were like, okay, yeah. And then when the 32nd got there, it was one of the
hardest Commonwealth fights during World War II was Papua New Guinea.
Well, and it's funny because the 32nd, I wonder if these are 32nd guys actually, because the 32nd was fighting with the Australians in New Guinea, and that was a fucking. If you want to talk about a brutal fucking campaign,
that was a really shitty slog, yeah.
Oh my god. It was
one of the few islands that the Japanese decided. It was one of the few regions the Japanese decided they weren't going to lose. So because a lot of times they would drop people off and be like, "Cool, we'll supply you if you can, but for the most part, you're on your own."
Yeah.
Papua New Guinea was one of those places where the Japanese are like, "We're gonna dump shit into this for the entire duration, up to the last minute. We're gonna dump tons of resources into this place."
Yeah.
And then you have the natives as well, and the natives would be helping both sides and like literally fucking scalping people and scalping each other and like dismembering entrails and dragging them across trails and shit like that. It was like
absolutely fucking it's a little
nightmare. It was literally Papua New Guinea's nightmare fuel. It's terrible.
Can we go back to that knife one more time?
All right. What do you got, Jake?
I think it's a Western 46-8. I sent Mike a picture in color.
Yeah, here, let me.
Do you want me to send you this photo so you can like do a side by side?
Oh, what? No. I'm gonna share my shit.
Okay.
So zoom in, take a good look at it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's gonna. Let's see that. All right. Top one.
Yeah, I can see.
Yep, I can see that.
I can see that too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
that is the leather, piece of leather with the button keeping it on there.
The button's really big. It was probably a custom-made scabbard.
Okay,
those things rotted off pretty quick. But as far as the pommel and the hilt and everything, it looks a lot.
No, so okay, what is that knife now?
It's a Western 46-8.
Okay. I have a knife that's from the Pacific. It's not a K-bar or anything like that, but
dude, look at the fucking pommel.
Yeah.
It is. That's what it is.
Yep. That's why the first thing I noticed.
They were pretty common throughout all of World War II.
Yeah, right. So he's got it's a private purchase knife.
Yep.
And he's got a private purchase sheath with it.
Heck yeah, get that bug knife.
Yeah.
Nice. Good shit.
It could be a Western baby shark, which is basically the same style.
Well, it's essentially it's a private purchase fucking knife that like Corman had on him. And he had a private purchase holster that he had made for that. because that button, that fucking the whatever you call it, the button,
The retention
fucking,
strap.
no, but like the actual nut that's like holding the strap together. That's way big. So
Yeah.
It's bigger than the one in the picture right there. The sheath.
yeah. So yeah, excellent. Yeah, it's something like that. But again, it's a private purchase fucking knife, which is very fucking common in all wars, actually.
Yeah.
I had private purchase knives when I was in Iraq.
Yeah, so did I. I carried a fucking 1918 trench knife.
I had a
You guys, I carried a little tiny slip joint because it was great for tiny things. And you can sneak it past everybody really easy.
$300 Microtech out the front knife that Navy Customs stole.
Oh, the Microtech? Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Navy Customs took it because it wasn't an issued item. Fuckers.
Yep. And I had to leave my fucking trench knife in Iraq when we left because it had brass knuckles on it. And they're like, anything with brass knuckles, no good. And I'm like, I'll give it to you. And there was a guy that funny enough, I was in the same platoon as him in basic. And then we were at Cropper.
Mm-hmm.
I was walking back from the chow hall one day getting lunch, and I hear his voice, and I go, that's a unique, annoying voice. And I look at the back of his fucking PC, and I see his name. I said, hey, fucker, how are you? And he goes, oh my God. And he had been in my platoon in basic, right? And so, we hugged it out, and like we were like, fucking hey. And he's like, how long have you been here? I'm like, too fucking long, man. And I'm like,
you're gonna hate every second of it.
Yeah, I was like, I've been there for 6 months at that point. And he's like, yeah, we just got thrown in here and whatever. And we worked together a little bit, and then we were hanging out, like we got some free time. We kind of like figured out, and we just hung out for a while. Like he came to my room, I showed him my room and everything, and we just hung out and bullshit and whatever. And then, like when I was leaving, I said, hey, man, I have this knife that I cannot bring home. And he got tasked to go out and do convoy ops and shit. Like right as we were leaving, he got tasked to do that. And so I said, here, I'm going to give this knife to you. So if you have to use it, go for it. But whatever, just keep giving it to somebody. So it probably got used by ISIS to kill a bunch of fucking kids.
It's probably to decapitate somebody. Yeah. So
but like it had brass knuckles on it, and it was a 1918 trench knife replica, but it was a good one.
Watch, there's going to be a video that comes out on Al Jazeera, and Mike's going to be like, "Hey, that's my fucking knife."
Right.
Yeah. But it's also like funny. They're like, you can't have that because it's got brass knuckles. Oh, so you're not worried about the knife part of the knife?
No, they literally they say you could bring a stiletto home. You could bring a solid fixed blade knife home. That's not a problem. But no brass knuckles. And I'm like,
that's stupid. I'd have been like, does anyone here have an angle grinder?
They didn't have a problem with my Rex Applegate combat folder, but I couldn't bring my Microtech home.
That's stupid.
Oh, hey, here, Zeppelin 5000 says he's the one who created that Dragon Man meme that we have as the thumbnail.
Oh shit! Awesome, man.
Yeah,
he's I don't like that guy. Like he's
a boomer.
Even in that fucking so the thumbnail the picture you use to create that thumbnail, Zeppelin, he's God. It's like a German fucking World War II fucking what are you trying to kill?
Sorry, a crane fly got in the room.
Nazis.
Oh no.
I know. No. Thankfully, it was a little one. It wasn't a big one.
Oh, nasty. So he's sitting there, and it's like this World War II German Nazi fucking bunker thing that he's got going on, right? The bandoliers that he's got slewn over the fucking like thing, they're Turkish fucking Mauser bandoliers.
Right, and he's just hoping that no one knows any the wiser.
He's a fucking idiot. Like,
yeah,
he doesn't know. So, dude, okay, I'm not. God, where do we begin on this? This is gonna be my final fucking rant. But I know a lot about a lot of different things. I'm a master of none. I'm a jack of all trades, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mike knows this. Devin knows this. Jake knows this. Everybody, I think everybody that watches my shit can kind of like factor that in. I know a certain amount about a certain things. However, if you come to my house, I will be able to tell you every fucking thing that's historically correct about every fucking historic item I own. Everything. Everything. Mike's witnessed it. Devin knows this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jake, someday, we got to fucking do that someday. I will be able to say, you know, you point at something, I'll take it off the shelf, I'll show it to you, you can hold it, whatever, and I'll say, yeah, this is this, this, and this, and this, but it's actually correct.
Right.
Okay?
It's not
because
made
I know and I love everything that I own. This guy inherited a bunch of shit, I'm pretty sure. I don't know his fucking story.
People just give him crap too. Like,
well, yeah, okay. So if you give him crap, but like he oh God.
This is kind of how Mike reacted when Spartacus went on his educational video about German helmets.
Oh.
Oh, that fucking yeah.
Here's the thing, like Mike has a ton of helmets in his office and he knows a lot about them. So yeah, like I wouldn't question
he likes
you literally have pulled shit off my shelf, Mike.
Yep, and I'm like, what's this?
And then I just go in and I'm like, this, and this.
Yeah.
I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yep.
And if I don't, I go, well, I don't know this, you know, I don't know this.
Yeah.
In depth.
Or like, here's a bracket of when it could be, and like, blah, blah,
there you go. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, there's, yeah, go ahead, Jake.
So I'm not an expert on basically most things, but even I knew that, you know, I saw that Spartacus video about the German helmets of World War II on the World War II channel. And I'm like,
that was fucking
not right
awful.
about that.
I cringed hard at that.
I sent the link to Mike, and Mike just had a fucking meltdown.
Oh, I can imagine.
Well, I was like, dude, I don't care if you like just say, okay, here's the M35, the M40, the M42. But no, you go into World War I, going back to the fucking dawn of the Stahlhelm, the modern Stahlhelm. You don't give any fucking actual facts. You give a bunch of bullshit fucking quote unquote facts that people are gonna listen to.
They didn't even have examples of each helmet.
No, and that's the thing is, I do because if they would have reached out to me, I would have been like, okay, you guys can make the video. I'll take all the video like footage that you need for this specific example, and I can teach you about this. Not a problem. Oh my God!
Oh wait, is this the video? The guy, he like wears the vest with the tie.
Yeah.
So Indy
Nidell and
Indy Nidell, yeah.
So okay, this is fucking great. This is good YouTube drama. Mm-hmm. Years ago when Indy was doing the World War I channel, and I respected that because he had good writers, good fucking people that would give him facts about shit and like different things that people would have never known about before about World War I.
And he was doing special episodes were written by other people. Were written by the people who actually knew about them.
Yes, and so I literally got in contact with him and I said, hey, I can send you a complete fucking, or not a complete, but I can send you a World War I U.S. uniform
list of original examples.
No, Devin. I sent him an original, or not an original. I said I can send you a reproduction that's identical to the original World War I uniform. So I did. If you look at some of the World War I history videos in like 20, I think it was 18 or 17, he's wearing the uniform I sent him. Mm. And so he's wearing that, and I said, cool, excellent. And then, cool. So fast forward to like, what was it, 1 or 2 years ago?
I think it was about 2 years ago.
Well, in 2018, he was done with the World War I shit because he's like, oh, it's not going to be profitable, whatever. I can't be famous. So
World War I is done.
Yeah, exactly. So he goes and does the other shit.
Of it, it's over.
And so it's this channel that he's got this fucking like academic hipster piece of shit who calls himself Spartacus. I think he's like a Dutch guy or a Swedish guy. I don't know. It's fucking whatever. Doesn't matter.
I thought he was another expat.
No, but he has an accent a little bit. Maybe just rubbed up. Okay, yeah, but they're both expats, so fuck them both.
Well, Spartacus
so,
is married to the woman who does their Spies and Ties series. And they film it in Spartacus's house.
So okay, anyway, long story short, I get on that video and I see that because Jake sent it to me. I was like, there is literally so much shit wrong about this fucking video. Like, it's not. It's like, okay, if you get a couple things wrong, but you get most of it right, okay, you tried. I'll give you an F for effort. Not a big deal. Dude, what they said was like so fucking far from what actually went down with the Stahlhelm. And I commented and I said, I pointed out everything. I said, A, this, B, that, you know. So this fucking, this mustachio motherfucker, what? Oh, yeah, kill dude. This mustachio motherfucker responds to me instead of going like, oh shit, let's have a conversation, or messaging me, emailing me, fucking Indy's got my fucking email, right? He just responds with like this snide shit of like, well, we're not fucking, you know, blah, 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 and you're being an asshole. And like, no, like, not the exact words. I don't remember the comment.
Right. He basically said, well, we're not experts.
Well, then don't make a video.
Correct.
Don't give an end-all be-all on this shit then. Or how about you maybe like sit down for 2 minutes?
That is the worst answer.
Or you could just send me a fucking email and say, hey, can we get videos or pictures of your fucking actual real, like, legitimate helmets from that era? I'd have been like, sure, absolutely. But no. It was just like this hostile, this like academic, like really pussified fucking, you know, academic, like, oh god.
And it was basically boiled down to what everyone does. We're entertainers, not historians.
Exactly.
How fucking arrogant, dude. Jesus.
And so then I was like, you know what? I was talking to Sophie and she was like, you got to cool down. You got to cool down. You got to cool down. And she's like, just cool down. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to make a fucking video.
Yeah.
And I did.
I remember that.
Did.
Now. Yeah.
And I made a video and I think it was pretty cool. Like I was calm. I got their points and I had original examples and I explained the evolution.
Didn't they eventually comment on your video though too?
I don't think so.
I thought I remember it might have not been like the official channel, but I thought one of the people that was from that ended up commenting.
I don't think so.
Like,
I don't remember.
Comments.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, if you want to do that, go ahead. But like, I don't think they did. There's a lot of people who are like, well, I'm going to believe you because you're not from the U.S. or I'm sorry, you're not from Germany. And I'm like, neither are those two fags.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the one's from fucking Sweden, the other guy's Dutch.
No, Indy only lives in Sweden. He was born in Texas.
Yeah, he's a fucking expat. Even worse.
He fucking moved to Sweden so he could pursue his career in history.
Anyway, so I made this video.
I thought it was for men's hair care commercial.
But a lot of people actually were like, oh shit, that's more informative than their video. And I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna get as many views because we don't have the fucking budget, you know, to like push it out. But like, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And yes, this is what I know about the German helmet, the Stahlhelm. Yeah. It's not anything more because I'm not a fucking expert. I'm not an expert at all, but I know the basic fucking shit that was totally wrong in their video. So
yeah, some of the things they had wrong in their videos, they didn't even have German examples to show.
They used a Spanish M42, which I also have in my collection. But like, it was like, dude, at least get an original Stahlhelm to like put on your fucking table. Like
you fuckers are in Germany and you can't source an original helmet even to borrow for filming.
Right.
Well, to be fair, the Germans don't like to give people that stuff. They don't like to remember that 1939 to 1945 exists.
But
I'm sure there's a museum somewhere in Central Europe where they could have gone there, even if it wasn't in Germany.
Yeah, but then you mail Nazi stuff to Germany. I hope you want to go to prison.
Can we film this for our history?
Or again, reach out to me. I will do whatever the fuck you want because I did like Indy, and I'm like,
how much of it though is actually Indy, and how much of it is everyone else? Because he's really just the guy that talks.
It's fucking. He's just a fucking face collecting a paycheck.
Yeah, he's just the guy that talks.
Yeah, exactly. And dude, I'm the guy that talks. But also, I don't want to. And here's the thing: I have made videos in the past where I was not entirely correct about shit. Right? I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't entirely correct. And then people commented like it was a consistent thing, and I'm like, okay, if one or two people tell you you're wrong, go fuck yourself. But if there's a lot, I'm like, oh shit, I need to go look into this.
Right.
Bam, I'm like, oh fuck, they're correct. I was wrong. I go and make a different video, and I'm like, yeah, so this is actually what I should have said, but I didn't. And then here's the actual correct data. And instead of doing that, that fucking mustachio motherfucker just got nasty with me in the comments, and I'm like, okay, fuck you then. And then I made my own video, and there was actually a lot of good feedback. Like most of it's good. They're like, oh, I got it now. So,
well, I mean, and I've talked about this so many times. It's like the best thing you can do if you want to learn about something is to admit when you don't know, because then you'll learn.
Admit that you're wrong and learn.
Yeah, and we've talked about this so many times on like the pod and like the stream here.
Surrender your stupid ego.
Yeah, it's like if I don't know something, I don't know.
Mike doesn't have the Time Ghost army funding him.
Yeah,
in Indian and Sparty.
Well, like I also have the problem where it's like I'm all for like being wrong and learning, but people will just say something. I'd be like, okay, well, what's your source?
So you're right. Okay,
and they'll be like, well, my grandfather. I'm like, no, give me a source.
Yeah, give me a source. Don't give me some hearsay. Yeah, because I get that all the time too.
Give me a fucking novel paragraph in the comment telling me I'm wrong, or that you have all this blah blah blah. I'm like, good authority. No, send me something so I can actually do it, or otherwise I'm not going to care.
Well, here's the thing too: is like when we do the podcast a lot, there's a lot of banter, we'll say, about like disagreements with stupid fucking niche things like nerd
it's
things.
Always fun.
I do not expect anybody to be able to pull up sources immediately, and I'm like, we'll talk about this after the pod, but like right now, I'm just going to disagree with you, and I'm going to do this now. In later pods, I go, okay, so and so like showed me the source of this, and I'm less inclined to believe what I did believe before, or I'm more inclined to believe what I did before because of this source and whatever. It's a debate. It's not a fuck you. And it was like, I here's the thing is like, I'm a very abrasive person, as you guys know.
No.
But I literally I worded that comment to be the least abrasive as possible, and I got an abrasive reaction back, and I'm like, game the fuck on.
Right.
You are now a fuck stick.
You can be as polite as it can be, but still, when they just have that stupid fucking ego and they're just like assholes underneath. Then
dude, you should. So, Mike, what the fuck, Jake? Do you remember what channel that was? It's the fucking. Do you remember the link to the video?
Well, okay. Are we talking about the Stahlhelm video?
Yeah, Go check that out.
It was the World War II channel.
That's what I'm on it right now. But I pulled up Mike's video. Mike, I pulled your video up, and I think I found the comment that Devin was talking about. I'll just read it. I'm a photo colorist for Time Ghost and World War II channels, and I must say, even I have become rather frustrated at their coverage of World War II.
There we go.
I told you, I'm like, because I remember reading that on your channel where I was like, somebody from them was like, "You're right, actually, and they're wrong."
Yeah, and they said that this whole it's a big long paragraph, but yeah, they're just they say that.
Well, dude, all I would have taken is like a fucking 15-minute conversation of like, here's how it actually went, and like, I'm trying to help you make your content better.
That's the thing when it comes to a lot of the stuff. It's not a dick measuring contest. It's trying to help each other out so we all know. I just
want the fucking facts to be out there.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's 200% a dick measuring contest.
Oh, well, I mean, for them it is. For them it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly. That's the problem that I have
with
they're
experts right up until the time it's convenient that they're just artists.
Mm-hmm.
Right now,
Jake, I distinctly remember somebody being like, "I work for them," and they're like, "You're right," and they're wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, it's. And here's the thing: is I want people to learn about history. I love history.
Yeah,
we all know this. I love history. I fucking love teaching people and talking to people about it. I fucking love it. It's just, I don't know why, but it's just, I guess, my lot in life.
Yeah.
But you need to do it as right as you possibly can. And if you get something wrong and somebody talks to you in a fucking civilized manner, please heed that and then go, actually, so here's the way it is, or was rather, and here's how. And we've got this person on here because there's
Hey, Mike,
I cannot deal with history
the
being...
Roman Empire.
Did you hear that story?
I did, yeah.
So really quick, so when that first came out, like fucking a month ago, Sophie walks into right here. I'm sitting right here on the computer.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use it in a second too. But like, so Sophie comes in here and she goes, "How often?" She's got her phone out. She goes, "How often do you think about the Roman Empire?" I was like, "I don't know, like once or twice a week." And like whatever. And I was like, "Why are you asking me this?" And then she just laughs and she's like, "Oh my god." And I'm like, "Yeah, I do. Like, what the fuck's the problem? Like, what are you asking me this for?" And she's like, and then she told me about this shit after she recorded my actual reaction, like, because I didn't even know about this fucking shit, right? And I'm like, "Yeah, once or twice a week." She goes, "Most guys say the same fucking thing." And I'm like, okay, and then got into it, but like, yeah, it was she has it on her phone. She's probably not going to post it, but
she should. She 100% should. That'd be hilarious.
Well, it's fucking saturated now. It's like, and it's a lot of like forced, like, fucking they knew about it. But I legitimately, I was sitting here, less clothed, obviously, my guts hanging out, no hat, and I'm just like, and she comes into my office, and I'm like, "Hey," she's like, "Hi," and she's got her phone out, and I thought she was like texting or some shit. And she said some shit, and she's like, "So, how often do you think about the Roman Empire?" And I was like, "I don't know, 1 or 2 times a week." And then she starts laughing, and I'm like, "What? Why are you at like? Okay."
Do you not?
And then she like stops recording, and she's like, "Oh my god!" And yeah, it was fucking hilarious. But I'm gonna go piss right now because Mike just went and took a piss.
Yeah.
Also,
and he got snacks, and he didn't even tell us what they were.
Hold on. Well, I'm gonna get Welch's fucking fruit snacks in a bit. So.
These are Winco potato chips.
Idaho potato chips. You can actually get Idaho potato chips in Idaho?
No, these aren't Idaho. They're just Winco brand. You know what Winco is?
No.
I thought that was just that place in Texas where all that bad crap happened.
Sorry, no, Winco. It's a chain of grocery stores. What's that?
Devin.
Yeah, he said Waco. I was like, I thought that was just the place where all that bad crap happened in Texas.
Well, bad crap does happen there, but
where the ATF killed kids.
No,
that would be Waco.
Accidentally killing
That's
people.
Waco.
No.
That's Waco, my friend.
Motherfucker. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't think Waco ever made potato chips.
Well, they could have.
They could capitalize on that market real heavily.
David Koresh potato chips.
I wish. I'm just having Norwegian booze.
You drunk?
I have water and cheese curds.
I'm having Norwegian booze.
I'm having potato chips and Celsius.
For daily use, right?
Yeah, I'm a total hipster, so yeah, I gotta drink this stuff.
They are tasty though. I've got 2 rock stars.
You're not a total hipster because you're not wearing round lens glasses.
I'm not wearing a what? Say that again.
Round lensed glasses.
I used to have those, but
oh my god!
I went to Buddy Holly instead. I am out of the whole group of us. It's funny when I think when Sophie first met me, she said that I was a hipster or something like that.
Well, because she is too, like she was back in the day, and then she grew up and realized.
She realized how retarded it is to be a hipster.
Yeah. No, Mike, literally, you are a fucking. I'd say you're a half hipster.
I was gonna say
that's probably accurate.
On the hipster was like, okay, you do your hair, blah blah blah, this and that. Like you dress relatively nice and all this stuff, but it's like, oh, my Steve Madden boots. I was like, there it is.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Could you say he's a recovering hipster?
That might be accurate, but no,
he's a fucking
recovering
It's
hipster.
so accurate, Mike.
Yeah, I was saying that's pretty
so
accurate.
Fucking accurate. Yeah.
You should have.
Like, yeah, you're a fucking hipster, man.
You should have known me when I was when I lived in LA. Yeah, it was even more
God.
so.
I've been to LA.
Yeah, I lived there for 4 years, and so
no, I've
No.
driven truck in LA. No, thank you.
It sucks, but
it's not good.
Barstow isn't bad.
So yeah, I lived there for 4 years, never again.
Okay, so I got to say this. So, in all of the driving across the country that I've ever done, the only place that reminded me of Iraq, based on just on how the environment looks, was the Central Valley of California.
Yeah, I can see that. Even though I've never been to Iraq before, but
especially like the southern half of the Central Valley, south of Sacramento, that part of California looks exactly like Central Iraq.
Have you driven through San Antonio?
I was gonna say,
yes.
Texas.
That reminded me that the temperature, the fucking
I'm talking about what the environment looks like.
No, I'm saying like the environment looks like in San Antonio is rocky, a little bit of vegetation, whatever. But it's also the part of Iraq we were in.
Yeah. I saw a bit more of it than you did too.
Yeah, because you were there 2 times. But like it's
also I didn't get stuck in Cropper.
Yes,
Sorry,
but I was able to look over and go drive for a few days, and like I was able to look over the fucking tank walls and
I can see outside. There's an outside world out there.
No, it definitely no. I did see a little bit of outside, like it's just pretty much flat with a little bit of shrubbery and whatever. But it was also Iraq is very red.
Yeah, it's because it's all clay.
Yeah, it's like Star Wars. It's like Tunisia where they filmed. It's like it's very red. U.S. deserts are very just tan. Yeah,
very beige.
U.S. deserts have silica sand, and the sand over in Iraq is powdered and crumbled clay.
Yeah, and exactly. It's like so. That's the thing is I noticed the difference between like the
because I know I obviously know that you guys were in Iraq. Devin, where were you?
Afghanistan.
Okay, yeah, all right.
In other words, 3 miles south of Toronto.
I was gonna say pretty much. But like where I was, it looked because like they sent us to half the Canadians went to Texas to acclimate, half of them went to Hawaii. I was one of the lucky people that got to go to Hawaii.
Oh.
And then they send us so we come out of the Arctic because we went in like February, so it's like -40 when we leave. And they're like, all right, go to Hawaii and acclimate to where it's like hot as fuck and humid as shit, and it's miserable. You can't do that to us. We're like melting physically. And then it's like, okay, now you're going to go to Afghanistan. Now you're all ready for this arid environment. And the first day I landed, it snowed.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, because it's like Colorado. It's like southern Colorado there. So where I was, anyways.
That's what I've understood about it. It's not like a huge desert wasteland.
No, it looks
part
like
of Afghanistan
Colorado.
is, but like it's
like
Iraq.
Southernmost parts are pretty arid, but like most of Afghanistan is like Colorado, Utah, that type of
It's
stuff.
a high desert is what they call it. And it's like Iraq, if you go down to Basra, like down south and east, it's all fucking just sand, like Kuwait, just fucking dunes and whatever.
That's where I was first deployment.
Yeah, exactly. And but in Baghdad, where we were in 2009 and to 2010, because we were right next to the Tigris River, there was reeds, there was palm trees, there was fucking grass.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything. Green. Yeah, it was very green, but it was still this red fucking dust
on everything.
On everything, and it was like you look out and it's all flat. It's completely fucking flat. You go up to northern like Iraq. I was never there, but like my dad was, and I've talked to a lot of other Iraq vets that were there. Like in Mosul on north, it's mountains, but it's also still this red fucking like dirt.
And the farther west you go, it turns into sand dunes.
Yeah, exactly. And so Iraq was really weird because we well, yeah, Jake, you'll remember this. Remember the you know what a haboob is, right? Yep. Yeah, you know that word. Yep. Because we would it was in I think it was August, right? August?
Big fucking sandstorms.
Yeah, but like it was August or September.
Yeah.
It was like at
late
the end of
summer.
summer. So
you walk outside and it's just a wall of shit going as high as you can fucking see.
exactly. That's the thing
coming,
it's
and
scary.
it's coming at you at 60 miles an hour.
Right. And so like there was a day where like it got really calm. Like really calm.
Yeah, that always.
And all of a sudden the Iraqi army guys, the Iraqi soldiers were like, "Oh, Muzian," and I'm like,
going on.
And I'm like, "What do you mean, no good?" And they're like, "Muzian, haboob," and they point up to the sky, and I'm like, "Oh my god!" And I like look up, and it's as far as you can see into the fucking sky.
When that hit,
it's just a red fucking wall, and there's lightning in it.
Yeah, it is literally insane. A wall of shit as high as you can fucking see it.
But I do remember that. I do remember the fucking Iraqi guys going, "Oh!"
And then when it hits, like that initial wave, you can see about this far.
Dude,
like
yeah,
not even full arm's length.
I'll explain it in detail because this is what I experienced. So we're sitting there, and he goes, "Ah, Muzian, haboob," and I'm like, "What the fuck is haboob? You've never?" And he goes, "Haboob, haboob," and I'm like, and I looked at it, and I'm like, "Oh no." And then so I threw my shamag on, right? And I'm like, "Oh shit." All the Iraqis are doing the same thing. They're like putting on like face coverings. This fucking thing. And then one of the guys are with
wait, Zimmy let you guys wear shamags?
No, he didn't. But let's just get let me just tell the fucking story there, dipshit. So one of the guys that had been there before, the guy I talked about the other night, good at the 50 cal. He was like, "Oh fuck, we gotta secure all this paperwork and all this shit inside." I'm like, "Okay," so we did that. Good call, because he had been there before. So this is a
mild one,
very mild one.
It's the best picture I could find.
No. You could dig deeper, Watson.
All right.
You can fucking find Jamie. Middle Eastern haboob.
Haboob.
So we're getting all this paperwork and shit inside that we needed to get in. And then we put on our fucking face masks, whatever the fuck we had. And this son of a bitch comes in, this haboob. It's like hurricane force winds, gale force winds. It's like 70, 80 miles an hour, just wham! Fucking hits us. And there's sand in it, and it's like, oh, god damn. So we get inside, and it's like an hour and a half of this shit. And then, like you said, Jake, it's like you cannot literally see your hand in front of your fucking face. Once it's like there. And it's like, okay, I'm walking around, I'm bumping into shit, and I'm like, oh boy, I have to feel around. This is not good. And so I did that, and it was just like fucking insane. But it was all red. That's the thing. It was the middle of the day. It was fucking noon, but it was like red nighttime, basically.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see shit. And obviously you experienced the same couple that we did because you were like a fucking mile away from us. But like, dude, that was fucking terrifying. Like, you can't see a goddamn thing.
Yeah, the picture I just put into Facebook Messenger, that's like halfway through.
Yeah, it's halfway through. There's, God, years ago I found a fucking video of a haboob and like what it actually looks like when you're going through it.
Well, there's a number of photos of one. Here's one that's kind of, I don't know. You guys obviously can judge it better than I can, but I'm just finding what.
Yeah, no worries. Just pull them up. Yeah,
I'm doing it. Yeah,
fucking awesome.
You can say like, oh, that's accurate or that's.
It's a fucking impressive fucking.
I'm sure it's
event.
something to witness. I'm sure
it's a fucking event, man. Like it's.
First deployment, we got hit by I think 3 of those over the course of the summer, and we were living in fucking tents.
Yeah, that's a decent size, but it's not like big.
Okay.
That's just kind of like an average one.
Yeah, that's about how tall they are, though.
Okay.
No, the one that I remember, the one that hit us was like fucking. There was a couple that were like that's why I said it's decent size, but like
I think
they're
the one you're
fucking
specifically
massive.
talking about, I slept through.
Because you're on missions and you were just like, fuck it, like I'm gonna sleep through that. Yeah.
When you're running missions all fucking night.
Yeah, no, but it's like let me see if I can find.
Here's
something.
a photo of what's
Yeah.
apparently inside one. That's what this says. The text says it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That is it. That is
So
what
it's
it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah,
But you can't see that far. You can't see that far. That's the problem.
This is after the initial wave.
That's like Blade Runner 2049. Like,
dude, it's fucked. Like, you can't. I remember I was like, I stumbled to like the fucking. There was like this Connex box that had phones in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to call the chick I was dating at the time, which is a dumb fucking waste of money and mistake. But I was stumbling there and I found these guys in there that were just like sitting in there, and I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" They're like, "I can't find my way back to my fucking living quarters." And I'm like, "Okay, so you're just sitting in here?"
So if you look in the background, you see how close together those 2 Humvees are?
Mm-hmm.
During the initial wave, when that wave first fucking hits, you can't see from one Humvee to the other.
Really?
Yep. No.
You literally, if you put your hand...
So it's like an orange void. That's what
it... I literally, like Jake said, I put my hand out in front of my face, and I was like, how far can I see? And I could see this, about this far.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm breathing this shit in, which is not good. But it's a fucking, the Haboob is a fucking, a sandstorm is a
my
bitch.
favorite part about that. My favorite part about that.
Hot.
Oh yeah. My favorite part about that though is just the locals' reaction to it. Like,
well, yeah, he literally just looked at the sky and he goes, "Oh, Muzian," which means no good,
right?
In Iraqi Arabic. And he was like, I was like, what's Muzian? He goes, "Oh, Muzian, Haboob." And he points, and then I looked at him like, what? Oh, fuck.
Did he start laughing at your reaction?
No, he didn't. He was like, "Oh shit, here we go again."
UFO from Independence Day is coming.
Right. Exactly. That's pretty much it.
Fucking,
like, yeah,
they're fucking hot too. Like that.
Yeah, they're really.
Front, that wavefront is like 20 degrees hotter than ambient.
Yeah. So like usually, okay. So in the States, we get storms and they come in, and it's like it cools down, and you get the cold front that moves in, right?
Mm-hmm.
No. With the Haboob, you get a fucking hot air fucking going at like 70, 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, so, it's like a 20-degree jump in temperature between not in the wave and in the wave.
Yeah. It's fucking insane, and it's
I'm glad I don't live there.
Well, right. That's like that's the first sandstorm, and like because I had been through the heat of Iraq in like late July, early August. It's fucking, it's retardedly hot. It really is. And then we get these things that come out of that, hotter. And then I'm like, I told one of the Iraqi soldiers, I'm like, now I know why you guys have been fucking killing each other for thousands of fucking years. It's hot and you're pissed off, and this place fucking sucks.
And you get your damn hot boobs.
He goes, "Maftehemet," which means I don't understand. And I'm like, yes, I understand. Now why you guys have been killing each other for fucking thousands of years. It's so hot. It's so fucking miserable. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, those people over there, like, they really are resilient. But they're so primal. Like, they're just fucking, I mean, I see why they're primal now. It's like fucking insane. But like, yeah, it's, dude, it was an experience to like go through that. I went through a couple of them, and
well, I just found a pretty gnarly photo. Let me try and share this.
We'll see.
Yeah, you can judge, but I think it's pretty gnarly. Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. Tell me what you think of this one.
Yes.
Closer.
The height is
Doesn't seem quite orange enough.
No, but that's also not. That's not in fucking. Is it in the Middle East? Where is this?
I don't
from?
know. Here, let me.
No,
look
that
at
looks
the
like
source.
that looks like it's Southern California.
Yeah.
Because I typed in Haboob, Iraq. It says Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arizona, exactly. No, the Haboobs in Iraq are fucking.
There's nothing in the U.S. to compare to them.
I had a fucking video saved a while back, and I cannot fucking find it.
And Dev is just sitting there like, yeah, I didn't have to deal with any of that shit in Afghanistan, but I had to deal with fucking blizzards.
Yeah, I was like, we don't have anything like that in Afghanistan. It was great.
What if they had snow Haboobs?
Not good.
No, that's
Here's the
Canada.
thing, like coming where I come from, everyone was like, "Ha, winter," and you're like, "Yeah."
This is it's not high enough.
You have to
Although
tell
those
people-
Canadian
have you ever
Army
seen
mudbugs
like
are
a
fucking
polar
sweet.
bear? And they're like, "A what?"
They're the largest bear.
That's right, and they're also the only bear that exclusively eats only meat and garbage.
And garbage?
Yeah, they eat a lot of garbage.
Ugh.
Well, to be fair, every bear eats a lot of garbage. You know how wasteful everyone is? That's like fucking.
I do, yeah.
It's like a buffet.
I've
But
been out
also,
in the-
it's a felony, so don't let bears.
He
eat
lived
your
in
garbage.
Los Angeles for 4 years. He knows how wasteful.
Oh,
people
dude,
are.
yeah. It looked like The Walking Dead in some parts of Los Angeles. So, yeah. And some of the people look like the zombies in The Walking Dead as well that live there.
Well, they probably know where to score some real good drugs.
Yeah.
No, Juarez isn't very far away. No, not Juarez.
Here, Mike, I'm gonna send you.
Tijuana.
Tijuana.
I don't know where the fuck this is, but like that's close to like what I'm
Okay.
talking about.
I saw that one.
The pictures just never get it. Like,
No.
Nate's messaging me all his VHSs that he's buying right now. And
they can go fuck himself.
he's like, I just bought Star Wars. I got
Oh,
Indiana Jones, and I'm like,
We got a movie on Discord tomorrow night, Mike.
Oh, we do, yeah, and we're still on for that.
Oh yeah, we're still on for that.
okay, this one's it's kind of like hovering above the ground. It looks like.
Kind of, but that's just the fucking swirl of fucking
Okay.
massively accelerating air.
Yeah, that's the down
Yep.
the undercut.
The downdraft, yeah, and
Nice.
it's like it's
It
fucking
literally
insane.
rolls across the desert.
Well.
It looks like Lizzo when she's abusing her backup dancer.
Mike will just have to go there so he can experience it for himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then immediately leave. Yeah, and then
You know,
just
go to Kuwait.
Yeah, you just
because
have
you'll
like your
get-
little scarf over your face and be like, "Yeah, this sucks."
Okay, so go to Kuwait because the Kuwaitis absolutely love Americans, and the Haboobs are worse.
Well, it's funny when I briefly worked for the military doing their recording their combat footage. They have what out in parts of the desert of Idaho they call moon dust, and like if a vehicle drives on, it just kicks it up everywhere. And sometimes we'd be in a convoy and you couldn't see anything on sides because of the moon dust. But and then I would put my shimog on. But I'm sure that's nothing compared to what a Haboob is.
No, but I have driven through that in Iraq, and I know how nasty it is.
Yeah, you can we could only see the bumper of the vehicle
Hey,
in
Mike,
front of us.
why don't you
Yeah.
share that picture I just sent you?
Okay.
Because that's it's closer. Like I can't. I was trying to find some pictures of like. They're fucking insane storms. Like it's just fucking stupid. But
It looks like something, like I say, it looks like something from Blade Runner or
Right.
Dune or something like that. It doesn't look like it's of our planet. So
right.
here I'll about to share it. Shares the screen. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Hmm.
It's like just cut to the footage of the characters staring off in Doom.
Yeah.
as
So
they're-
imagine that, but like about twice as high.
Mm-hmm.
And lightning occurs inside it?
Yeah, lightning does. It does. And it's
Okay.
fucked up. And it's like more red. In Iraq, it's more. This is not bad, but like, this is probably like fucking Jordan or some shit. But like in Iraq, it was really red. Like, it was just red from the fucking ground up to the fucking heavens. And it was a wall. And then you're like, oh, God. Like, after the first one where they're like, oh, haboob. I was like, you know, when there would be another one coming, I'm like, oh, fuck.
How long does that last?
A couple hours sometimes.
Well, no, it lasts. So the initial like storm comes in. The initial storm is like minutes. It's like fucking 20 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes.
Yep. Well, 5 to 20 minutes. It's like, it depends. And then it's just calm.
And
it's
then
just
it's orange.
It's
orange
it's fucking
for like
orange.
an hour.
It just looks like you're on Mars.
Well, no, Jake. Remember the one we had in like the first one we had when we were there in 09? That was like 3 fucking days because I had pictures until my.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Harder.
Yep.
It was like 3 fucking days of the shit just lingered.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to do anything because like you couldn't see more than like 5 feet in front of you.
But that's also when Route Michigan went black too. Well, again, Route Michigan was the road that ran across the north edge of the VBC.
Yeah.
And we weren't allowed to use it because it was always black.
Yeah.
Because right across Route Michigan from the VBC's outer perimeter wall was a neighborhood of Baghdad that was basically just nothing but Saddam loyalists.
It was Sadr City, right?
No, that was on the other side of the Tigris. Or the Euphrates, whatever fucking river runs through Baghdad.
Tigris, yeah. But like I was trying to it's been a while, so like my memory is like not
straight north of the VBC there was a a suburb neighborhood thing, and like 90% of the population of that neighborhood was Saddam loyalists, and they were literally a 6-lane highway away from the largest U.S. base in the country.
Sounds like you knew exactly where they were.
Yeah.
Got them right where you want them.
Well, it's a fun thing, though, is the rules for the use of force card was this goddamn long.
When I get home, I'll pull mine out. I still have it.
I have mine, like we were talking about this on a pod or on a live stream like
a couple weeks ago.
Recently, like I have mine too. Like the First Army that's what you're talking about. The First Army, like the fucking the rules for the use of force, and it like folds open and like it's like a fucking Playboy fucking centerfold, and it comes out and it's like,
it's like a CVS receipt, you know.
Yeah. And then there's the amnesty card in there that you're supposed to show to the Iraqi authorities if you get arrested by the Iraqi authorities.
Oh shit! Yeah. Again, First Army endorsed.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Dude, I know I saved all that shit.
I've got all of that shit in the original Ziploc bag that I stuck it in and wrapped the bag in brown duct tape. And I know Holly knows right where it's at.
Yeah, it's I have to find mine, but like I still have all that shit too because I wanted to save it to like show people in the future how retarded shit got.
Yep.
And it's fucking hilarious.
It's a war. You should be in it to win it. Light people on fire, burn the women, rape the churches, do whatever you need to do.
Okay.
It's more fun to pillage the women and rape the churches. And then you burn the cattle.
Yeah,
and
take all
this
the valuable
stream,
stuff that's not
this stream
nailed
gets
down.
shut down right now.
I don't give a fuck.
Take all the valuable stuff that's not nailed down, throw up a couple McDonald's, put in a Coke plant, and leave.
No, here's the thing: is
Coca-Cola or cocaine.
Yes.
When we were there, okay, fun. When we were there in 09, we went over there and we were like, all right, we're gonna do what the guys have been doing for a long time. But when we got there in 09, it was so fucking politicized. That's the
Everything
problem.
we did was under the fucking microscope because
it was literally under. Where I was at, I had Pentagon brass daily marching in and out of where I was at and observing, watching.
Everything we did, the reports went right to Donald Rumsfeld's desk.
Yep, exactly.
Right to desk.
Yep. And so But here's the thing: is like our unit before we got over there, our unit is a fucking line infantry unit. Our mission is to kill and destroy the enemies of the United States, whether they were actually enemies or whatever. At that time, they were whatever. That's our job. But when we got there, it was like, oh well, we're gonna pull this back, pull this back, pull this back. So you guys are just kind of just rolling around, or
You're
in my
babysitters.
case, yeah, in my case, like you're babysitting. Jake was running around, but he was also
We were
constrained
running
by
around and babysitting at the
right,
same time.
and but you were constrained by this fucking like, oh well, now it's this. It's like, well then let's leave. Okay.
Yeah, you're all just puppets on strings of one guy.
Oh my god, and it was so fucking terrible. Like I remember when we got to Kuwait, we were at fucking Beering, right?
Yep.
And
Beering is on the way in, Virginia's on the way out.
Yep. So we got to Beering. We get there and we're doing our morning like fucking or our welcome brief rather.
Yep.
And then we had General Quantock, I will call him out because fuck him, come in and be like, you know, blah, 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 blah. And what we've realized is a tired soldier is a safe soldier. And I literally like face palmed and I'm like, oh my fucking god. And everybody else, like that was the infantry, like face palmed. And we're like, oh my god, this is gonna be a fucking terrible long deployment. And it was.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it was only
fucking
9 months.
retard. Yeah. Yep. We were deployed for a year, but like we were in the country for 9 months. And like when he said that in Kuwait, I was like, we're done. We're fucked.
Yep.
This
our
is
platoon, it. Our platoon, the Bravo Company platoon that was in Delta, that was attached to Delta, we were actually being groomed for what was called Operation Silver Scorpion. And that was when we were supposed to take Chemical Ali to his execution. We didn't end up getting that mission. That ended up going up to the unit that replaced us.
Yep.
But we were supposed to take Chemical Ali to his execution, so I actually got to go to the hang house where they hung Saddam twice.
Yeah.
They didn't hang him twice. I got to go there twice. And
yeah, and
that was a fucking shithole.
I was at the place where they held Saddam, and they actually was holding one of his wives. While we were there, like one of his wives was in Compound 5, you know?
Yeah, Chemical Ali was in there too.
Yep. And I knew a guy who was there, and we were friends before we deployed and everything. He's in a different unit, but like he worked in that compound, and he's like, I can't talk to you about it now. We'll talk about it later. But like he's like, yeah, it was so fucking stupid. Like after the fact, you know, he's like, they treated them so fucking good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're people because the United States treats everyone like a person.
We did have the responsibility of transporting Chemical Ali and all of Saddam's inner cabinet to their high tribunal hearings in the IZ.
Oh yeah,
Green Zone.
Yep.
I got to do that mission one time before my article, and after I got my article, they didn't want to trust me with anything.
Yeah, because you're not a good soldier. You're not trustworthy.
Yeah, I was. One of the things that we did is while they were at their high tribunal hearings, they were held on location for I think it was like a week at a time. That we would haul them over there on like a Monday, and they'd be there until Friday, and we had to provide 24-hour guard the entire time they were there. So we would send a detachment over there for the week, and just provide 24-hour guard at the high tribunal, at the holding cells.
Yeah, it was funny too. Question.
Like, who's Chemical Ali?
Chemical Ali, look him up. He's the guy who gassed all the Kurds in the 90s.
True hero, patriot. Got it.
Yeah, we were supposed to take him to his execution, but you were gone when I said that. But yeah, that ended up going to the unit that replaced us.
Yeah, the Texas guys. Yep.
He sounds like a swell dude.
He spoke English better than you do.
I was gonna say, I bet he was just an off the charts fucking smart
dude. Jake and everyone else listening, there was a time where we had to, like, they were short staffed and we got a shitload of guys from fucking Buka, right?
Yep.
And because they were like closing down Buka and like they were
Yeah,
transferring
that's where
them
ISIS started.
right.
ISIS
Exactly.
started in Buka.
Weird.
Okay, so all right, so they closed down Buka. They were transporting guys from Buka to Cropper and Taji at that point. Now we got a shitload, and so the guard force was like, "Hey, can you guys?" We were like basically the sort team for the fucking entire prison. They're like, "Hey, can you guys come help us with security while we're getting this massive amount of fucking detainees?" They call them off the buses and the like going in for processing. Yeah, okay, fine. And so I was I had my at that point I had a fucking Mossberg 500 or 500 with a pistol grip on it, and then 5 rounds or 6 rounds with one in the tube. So it was like pretty light. Anyway, we're sitting there pulling security, and they're like, "Can you guys help search them?" Okay, fine. So I go up, and the first guy I search, bam, not a problem.
Now,
Second
did you
guy,
have lethal or non-lethal loaded?
non-lethal
Okay.
or less lethal now. But so I'm searching this guy. I gave my weapon to somebody else, by the way. So I'm searching the guy. No problem. Okay, nothing. I know how to fucking search now. It's very thorough. Not comfortable, but like it's thorough. Okay, cool. Next one. This fucking dude that's like almost 7 feet tall and like probably about 350 fucking pounds of solid fucking muscle goes into my line. And I look up at the guy and I'm like, "Are we gonna have any problems?" He goes, "No, I'm good." What I just said to you, how I said it to you is how he responded. "No, I'm good. We're good to go." And he puts his hands out. I was like, "What the fuck?" He spoke perfect fucking English. I mean, not like with an accent or anything. Perfect. And I'm like, "All right."
And you're
so
like, did you grow up in Iowa by any chance?
No. So here's the cool thing. So I do the search, and I'm actually having to reach up on his arms, and I'm 6'3", right? I had to reach up on his arms, and I'm like doing that. Go down one side. Okay, start the other side. Bam, go down. Cool. And all of a sudden, I get to his calf, and I'm like knocking on it because I think he has something on him. I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" And he goes, "Pull the leg up." And so I pulled the leg up. It's just his calf. But it was that rock hard. It was like solid. And I'm like, I look at him and he goes, "Yeah." And I was like, okay. So I continued searching him. He didn't have anything on him. And he goes, "Thanks. You were very good at searching. I appreciate you." And I was like, "Yeah, right. Okay, move on." This guy was one of the Olympic wrestlers who was in the Olympics in like the fucking late 90s and shit for Iraq.
Wow.
And it's like this guy was fucking stacked. He was all natural.
It's the brick shithouse. The people that put you on edge and you see him 200 yards away.
Dude, this guy was like 6'7", probably fucking absolutely stacked, but it was all natural. You could tell it was like completely natural muscle. And he still did it when he was incarcerated. And like and that's why I was like, when I did that, because I mean he could have literally grabbed me by the throat and snapped my fucking neck in an instant.
Just
bam,
crush you like
done,
a beer can.
done.
Yeah.
He was like Andre the Giant, like halved.
Makes you wonder if he was actually there legitimately.
I don't know if he was there like to be like a fucking informant.
No, that's not what I mean. Like, was he actually detained because of military actions against U.S. forces?
Well, that's
or was
the
it
thing
just
is,
because they profiled him because he's that big?
That's
well,
what I mean.
he was involved with the Ba'ath Party because he got pictures with Saddam and all that shit, whatever.
Well, of course he was, because he went to the fucking Olympics.
He's in the fucking Olympics.
Correct. That's the thing is like, so I don't know, like, but he was just cool with me, and I was like, this guy could literally kill me, and I was the biggest guy, like searching all the detainees that were coming in from Buka. He could have fucking easily just 2 fingers, snapped my neck, and been done, but he didn't, and I was respectful to him because at first I was like, if I dick, put your hands up, and he goes, I speak English, and I'm like, okay, put your hands up, out to the side. But it was like perfect, and I'm like, fuck. Apparently, like I did research right when I got back. I can't remember this because it was like fucking 13 years ago. But he was educated in the United States.
Yeah.
And he trained in the
Chemical
United
Ali
States.
was too.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why he spoke, not spoked. He spoke
He
perfect
spoke better
fucking
English than I did.
Yes. But he did that, and then when I got done with the search, I said, hey, thanks. And he goes, no problem. I was like, put your hands down, go walk over there. And he did, and I was like, what the fuck? But that was terrifying for me because I'm like, this guy's fucking like literally massive. Like
I think the thing that was more terrifying was the fact that they could keep their conversations private, even speaking right in front of us, but we couldn't.
Well, and that's the thing is like, oh, Jake, did I tell you well, no, you don't remember this interpreter, but there was an interpreter that I was with when we were at Cropper for pretty much the whole time. Young guy, he's about a year older than me, and I reconnected with him. He's in Texas now.
You were telling me about that, yeah.
And dude, I really liked that because he was a good guy. He's a really good guy. And but anyway, yeah, go ahead.
One thing I want to talk to John Handy about is see if he's still in contact with the Terp that we had. The Terp that we had was born in Baghdad, moved to the U.S., basically grew up in the U.S. Well, started growing up in Baghdad. Oh,
shit. Yeah, I remember him because I talked to him. Yeah. Waleed, yeah.
I want to find out what happened to Waleed because Waleed was cool as shit.
Dude, and here's the thing is, Jake, honestly, I found out, like, most of the Terps and Iraqi, like, the soldiers that we were with, they were killed or they had to flee and whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys that I worked with at Cropper, they're dead.
Yeah. That's why I want to talk to John Handy.
Yeah, Waleed, I actually talked to Waleed many times. He was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
The guy was fucking great.
He lived on the pad with us. He lived on pad 12
Yeah.
with us.
Yeah, and so John, the interpreter, he it's funny because, like, we've been talking, long story short, and then the other day I was talking to my buddy Chris, and I was talking to him about John. I'm like, yeah, he really helped us out because when we were in those situations where we didn't know what the fuck they were saying and they were talking in front of us, John would just whisper in our ear and be like, da, 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 they're saying this, 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 this. And I'm like, fucking A. And he'd read letters and shit that they would write, fucking awesome Terp, very young, inexperienced. But he would just say that, and then I learned how to play backgammon with him. And don't ever fucking play backgammon with an Iraqi. Do not ever fucking do that. They invented the fucking game. It's fucked.
Backgammon is a fun game.
Dude, you will never win against an Iraqi. You will never win. You will never fucking win. So don't do that.
It's like a Russian with chess.
Yes. Don't fucking do that.
The best guy in the world's Norwegian.
Well, he wasn't always the best guy.
He has been since the 80s, but
oh, there was fucking Devin and his fucking arrogant fucking. Oh, there's Norwegian. Actually,
well, Devin has to know all these useless facts because he's Canadian. Canadians don't know anything useful.
I have to compensate for a lot, okay?
Fair.
Do you remember what this wrestler's name was or anything?
The wrestlers Canadians know how to do is say sorry.
That's fair.
Would you like some Tim Hortons?
Yeah, try and find him.
Okay, I'll try and find him.
Yeah, because now I'm like, I want to see what this guy looked like.
He looks like what you would imagine a pro wrestler would look like.
An Iraqi.
I'm a visual guy, dude.
Now watch, it'll just be funny. It'll be like the Iron Sheik.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts, that story.
Dude, it happens all the time. Like at work, we had a semi-professional MMA guy come in high on drugs, and and
ready to kill someone
and drunk, and we went to get him because he's like, I'm gonna fight, and he just shrugged, and like 4 of us fell off. Beat the ever-loving piss out of him.
Did you like have to?
Well, when he came to, he apologized. Everyone does. They apologize, but like he put on his like professional like website the place that I work under the losses. He only had like 2 losses and like 40 wins or something like that. But it was like,
why can't I just fucking click? God damn. Just fucking.
Well, if you can't find it,
sucks.
it's fine.
Yeah, it turns out there's a lot of people that like to wrestle in this world.
I think it was that guy. Hold on. I gotta. Okay, I think I found it, but like I gotta make sure.
I like this. They're all busy looking up stuff. I could just enjoy my drink and just.
I'm enjoying my drink while I'm looking up stuff.
I switched to energy drinks because I gotta get my sleep schedule back to nights.
If I ever try and drink an energy drink, it feels like it's gonna kill me.
Dude, I live off energy drinks and cigarettes.
For me, it's coffee and that's it. But an occasional Celsius because there's no sugar. But
why the fuck?
Yeah.
You can get no sugar energy drinks.
Yeah, this one. But no, I'm not like a rock star or a monster. You can go fuck yourself.
Oh, so before stream, I had a 20-ounce sugar-free Red Bull.
Did it help, or do you feel like you're gonna die?
No, that stuff's great.
Oh.
That's why he's been pissing so much.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's been coming out neon.
I can't fucking find it.
That's okay. There's just one.
There was one guy that I'm pretty sure, but it was fucking insane. Yeah, but anyway, my interpreter that I had, we're in touch, and he's working a good job. He's married and everything. Got a family now, and I'm gonna go down there eventually and meet up with him and reconnect. So
go hog hunting while you're down there.
Yeah, but if I'm flying, I can't bring my fucking G3.
Well, you can.
You can. You just gotta check it.
Check baggage.
I checked my M1.
Here's the thing. I might use your fucking case then.
Yeah,
Michael.
You still have my
I still
M1
have your
case.
fucking, and I'm not giving it back to you because unless you're gonna fucking pay to get that thing shipped back to you or pay for the fucking $2 box.
Nah, I'm good.
Probably less expensive just to buy a new case.
Yeah, that case was like, I don't know, $20 or something. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I have his case that long story short, but it's what the fuck do you need?
Stuff.
I need love.
You were just outside.
Yeah, but I have to go again because that's how it works.
Because I was just outside 2.5 hours ago.
It's like when you have to
Jesus
go to the bathroom when
Christ.
you're in school, and the teacher says, "Why didn't you go when you could have?" You say, "Because I didn't have to go then."
Oh, dude, when I was in kindergarten, and I was in kindergarten. I drink. I always you guys know this. I drink a lot of water, all the time, just constantly. I drink whatever it is, and in kindergarten they were like, I'd be like, "Hey, I have to go to the bathroom." And they're like, "Oh, you're just trying to get out of class." So let me go. So I pissed my pants one time in class.
Kindergarten?
Yeah. And so I pissed my pants one time in class because I was like, I can't fucking hold it.
I told you.
And so they called my parents and they're like, yeah, he pissed his pants.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, why did he piss his pants? Because he asked to go to the bathroom, whatever. And they're like, my parents were like, yeah, he drinks a lot of water.
Mm-hmm.
He has to pee. When he says he has to pee, he's going to go pee and then he's going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, this fucking thing.
That's
Victor, was that funny? Was that noise funny?
But anyway, and then my parents were like, if he says he has to pee, he has to pee, and like just let him go. And then so then they started doing that, and I was like, okay, fuck, is it an emergency? What the fuck is going on?
He's like,
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
doing it right now.
I'll be back.
He's like, you got a lot of nice stuff in here. It'd be a shame if somebody were to pee all over it.
No, since Mike isn't here and he can't object, this is what the inside of a truck looks like.
Cool, nice.
There's the driver's seat with my bags from supper.
Damn, dude, like the dash is like an airplane like dash.
And I've been sitting in the passenger seat the whole time.
Nice. That's cool. I love how you have the you can do that curtain thing. That's really cool.
The privacy curtain, you gotta have it.
There's my GPS hanging from the ceiling.
Nice.
And my CB up, where is it? Up there, that side.
Spacious.
And this is actually a relatively small cab.
I was gonna say that's a pretty tiny cab, actually.
Yeah. And it's almost a twin size bed.
Nice.
The mattresses are actually, the semi mattresses are actually non-standard sizes. Like not a single one of them is a standard size.
They're like what the RV mattresses are and shit like that, where like
something
you have to
like
spend
that.
extra to get their size.
They're longer and narrower than standard sizes. Like this mattress is like a full 4 inches narrower than a twin. So
interesting.
Yeah, I've got cabinets behind me. There's cabinets behind the driver's seat. Driver's seat's air ride. This one isn't. This one's mounted on a pedestal.
Do you have like a fridge in there?
Yeah, under the bunk.
Nice.
The bunk opens up. I had to open up the curtains because I had to get my cab heater running because it's starting to get cold in here.
Right on. Where are you parked right now? Just a truck stop?
Yeah, I'm at a truck stop in Menominee, Wisconsin.
Fucking Christ.
Which is oh, you probably know where Menominee is.
No, I've never heard of that.
We drove through there on the way like down. It's on 94. Okay. It's like whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
You've been through there, but you don't know where it is. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Less than an hour away from Minnesota.
Cool.
Yep.
So yeah, I bet it is getting kind of cold there.
It's gotten really nasty fucking today. It's like it went from like 52 degrees to like it's now like 30
it's in the
degrees.
30s. Yeah.
Yep.
I watched this morning when I started running at 3:00 this morning. It was in the 60s. It was like 62 degrees. I live in the central part of the state, but it was in the low 60s when I started running. And I watched the temperature drop all day. I watched 20 degrees fall off between Appleton and Sparta. It was only a 2.5 hour run.
Yep. Yeah, it's gotten really fucking nasty here, and I mean,
and it was quick too, because
very quick. It's like
the last 3 days, it's been 60 degrees, and now it's down in the 30s and windy.
I love it. It's getting to be the best time of the year.
I need to dig out my Canadian mucklucks. Those are the best fucking snow boots I've ever had.
There you go.
Yep. They're really good. Like when you get the insoles for them,
yeah,
they're fucking awesome. Like and even without, like I used them without last year because I didn't have the insoles.
Well, I sent you the link for the insoles that I got.
No, I got the actual like Canadian ones.
The Army ones, yeah.
Yeah, and dude, them
things are the shit.
They're so much better than the fucking Mickey Mouse boots because you can actually walk in them. They're heavy, yes. They're heavy, but like
they're light compared to Mickey Mouse boots.
True, but like I would say the weight's more evenly distributed.
They're still heavy, but yeah, they're.
But like those fucking boots, man, they're fucking awesome.
Yeah,
love them. And
I wore them all last winter for snow removal, and they were just
so did
amazing.
Yep, they're really good.
When I do snow removal, I'm sitting on a piece of equipment, so I'm not actually moving, but my feet still stayed warm.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
The Canadians do know how to make cold weather gear. I'll give them that much.
As they should.
Some of the best in the world.
But those mucklucks, I think they stopped using those, didn't they?
They came out with a newer model. It's pretty much the same, but they got a newer model, yeah.
Might have to get some of those and do some side-by-side testing, Mike.
Because the model that Mike had for the longest time is one generation out of date now. In like the mid 2000s, they came out with a newer model, but it's still pretty much the exact same materials and stuff. They basically just switched to like having an actual like sole on the bottom. They have like a Vibram like outsole on the bottom, like a lugged kind of thing. Other than that, they're pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah, that's probably my only real complaint about those is that the soles on them are just kind of meh.
Yeah, they can be pretty slippy on the ice. Yeah,
I'm actually thinking about getting a set of crampons just for those boots.
Yeah, so
me too.
They changed them a bit. Yeah, so you have they have an actual like boot sole on the bottom. Other than that, they're pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah, they're really good though. Like they're flexible.
They're like wearing a pair of slippers.
Right, they're like wearing a pair of slippers that you can walk in 3 feet of fucking snow. Because we had a lot of snow last year, and it's like, yeah, I mean, your feet just stay warm. They don't, and they also like. Here's the problem I have with the Mickey Mouse boots is like your feet get too fucking hot and they start sweating. And then it's like, okay, it's wet now, it's uncomfortable, it's shitty. And no matter if you're wearing wool socks or just cotton socks. But like with the mucklucks, it feels like you're wearing heavy tennis shoes.
Well, the Mickey Mouse boots are great if all you're going to do is sit someplace. Like, you're not going to wear them going to or from the place you're sitting.
Yeah, that's why I used to wear them deer hunting, is I would sit in one place. I'd sit, like, below a tree or whatever and just sit there. They're fine, but then when you start moving, it's like your feet start just fucking pouring sweat.
Yeah,
they're heavy.
The one thing I like about the Canadian mucklucks over the American ones is those boots come up to, like, just below your knee. You can go into water that deep.
Yep.
Before your feet get that flooded.
Yeah, and the American ones is like, you've got fucking 12 inches. Good luck, bud.
12 inches and the boots weigh 2 tons each.
And they never actually fit right. You know what I mean?
No.
You can't, because you can't.
You always gotta like size down a size, or
Well, but here's the thing: then they're too tight or they're too loose, and it's like with the mucklucks, it's like, yeah, you get your shit in there with the fucking the insole and everything. You strap them up, you lace them up, which does suck. That's one gripe I have about the mucklucks. Undoing fucking laces when it's frozen, there's like water on them and shit. It sucks, but that's it.
And I like the fact that they actually go over your pant leg, almost all the way to your knee.
Yep.
So that way, you don't get the wind blowing up your pant leg.
Yep, exactly. And they're really good. And that's my winter boot now. Like,
yeah, they literally just took the like natives design they've been using for thousands of years and
put a rubber outsole on it.
Yeah, brought it to the modern age. That's all they did.
Yep.
I bought a pair for myself and I bought a pair for my wife.
Has Holly used them?
Yeah, she loved them.
Yeah, they're fucking awesome. Like
I forced her to use them last winter. I was like, I bought these for you. You put them on and you try them. She's like, okay, I don't want to go outside. Those cold.
It's like, you're not going to be cold though.
Your feet won't be cold. The rest of you might be, but your feet won't be. But I use them in combination with my Carhartts.
Yep.
My Carhartt overalls and my Carhartt jacket.
You're fucking golden then. You're fucking golden.
I don't get cold at all anymore.
Yep. And that's the thing is, I fucking love those things.
And I remember when you sent me the link and you're like, what do you know about these? Because I can get a bunch for really cheap, and I'm just like, buy them.
Well, they weren't really cheap. Like, for me to buy them,
they
were
like $150 a pair.
Yeah, it wasn't like, for me to buy them and get them shipped over here. It was costly, but
it's a worthwhile investment.
Exactly. That's the thing is, like, you were like, yeah, they're fucking awesome. And I'm like, okay, I'll just fucking do it. And then I bought a pair for myself. And then
I wish I could have bought more than one pair. I really do. But
well, you still probably can. But like, here's the thing is, like, with surplus, all the sizes that are like common get bought out.
Yeah.
Quick.
But like, the thing was, Canada didn't start surplusing them until literally like 2 years ago.
Right, and that's the
They
thing.
have
like,
a shitload more of them. They're going to offload here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but they're worth, like, if you want to pay $1.25 for a fucking pair, they're gonna last, and it's like they're fucking well worth it in my opinion. Like,
yeah, I want to get another pair just in case the pair that I have wears out.
well, I want to get another pair too for myself because I want these to be lifelong. Exactly like what you said, like when they wear out. Because here's the thing is, with these mucklucks is they're flexible.
Yeah.
Okay. And I like that, like your feet are still warm, you're insulated, but you can actually walk because I walk on the balls of my feet, not the heel. And with these things, it's like fucking awesome. The comfort and everything is just, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I do need to get new boots. Mine are actually starting to split open.
You're still wearing your fucking desert boots?
No, this is the same type of boot that I wore in Iraq, but I've gone through about a pair of these a year since we got home.
Yeah, the S2Vs though, they're great.
Yeah, I've been wearing these. I have literally been wearing S2Vs since 2009.
That's what I wear to work, and I love them.
Almost every day. I love these boots, but I hate how they fall apart.
Right there,
dude. Exactly, dude. So I have it's somewhere in my parents' garage, but like when we were in Iraq, or before we went to Iraq, actually, we were at Fort Bliss, and I bought a pair of boots from Hendo, of all guys, right? Because we had the same shoe size. I bought a pair of Oakley 8-inch fucking assault boots, right?
Yep.
Fucking amazing boots.
Then you get to Iraq and they're not AR-670-1 approved.
Didn't matter. Nope. So anyway, I wore those things for about 3.5 months in Iraq. And it's like wearing literally like tennis shoes. It's fucking awesome. But the fucking sole, I wish I could find these fucking things and like make a YouTube video on these. The sole was completely fucking flat, slick, and it had cracks in it. Mm-hmm. And then the thing was falling apart because I worked a lot with barbed wire or sea wire, you know, and they were torn up, right? And so at a certain point, then Zimmy said, "You got to get those fucking boots replaced." Okay. So I got Danners, which were okay, I guess.
Yeah, the Tachyons aren't as nice.
The Danner, yeah, whatever. But anyway, so I got that. But like these Oakley boots that I had were hands down the fucking best combat boots I could have fucking imagined. I could literally sprint in them with full kit. Excellent fucking boots. They just didn't last more than 3 months.
No. And I actually still have my Iraq boots. I don't wear them anymore because I don't want them to fall apart.
Yeah, and it's a souvenir. It's like, what the fuck is your fucking problem?
He's a dog. That's it. That's what dogs do.
That's why I don't have a dog.
Yeah, same here.
Go lay down.
I think I'm gonna call it, guys.
Yeah,
we're doing
too.
4 hours.
Oh my god, we've done 4 fucking hours. Yeah. This might be a record.
Pretty long.
Remind everybody watching to go to Patreon and support you at the $5 level to get into Discord.
We're watching Escanaba in the Moonlight tomorrow night.
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's
such a great movie.
Mike's seen that. I made him watch that when he was here.
It was one of those movies where it was one of those movies where I didn't know what the fuck I was watching, but I couldn't stop thinking about it afterwards.
It's fucking awesome.
It's an amazing movie.
Yeah, me, Mike, and Devin and Sophie watched that fucking thing.
Yep.
In the middle of winter, by the way.
Yep.
In February up here in the Northern Woods.
Well.
And yeah, it's fucking awesome. So, all right, gents. Everybody that's watching.
Just south of heaven.
Yeah. What?
Just south of heaven.
Yeah, just south of heaven. If you don't know where to start, go back to the beginning. All right, we're gonna end the stream. Thanks for everyone who watched and put up with our just random bullshitting. What's the okay? Who wants to go up with the code word for the future comments?
Haboob.
Haboob.
That's a good one.
Haboob.
Yeah.
Yep, it is a good one. Haboob.
Haboob.
Yep, Haboo or 00 or whatever the fuck you want to spell it. B. Yeah. If you're watching this afterwards, comment with Haboob, and then what your thoughts were. So, all right. Anyway, we're gonna end it. Thanks so much for watching, everybody, and we'll see you on the next one.
Nighty night.
Have a good night.